All right, everyone. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, November 20th. It is 9:06 a.m., and I'd like to bring this workshop to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. Joining us virtually is Board Member Sean McGuire, here in person, as well as Laurel Firestone, Board Member Laurel Firestone, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and also with us is our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through a customary webcast on YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website, but if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions on how to get on to the platform on the notice for today's workshop. If you're having challenges getting onto the platform though, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on today's workshop item. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento and the California Environmental Protection Agency. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we will calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. And also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, there is a laptop on the side of the room here in order to sign up. I think most folks have signed up here in advance. Once you're at the microphone, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation, and also please silence any phones so we can have an uninterrupted discussion. So this is the time and place for the public workshop to receive comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, 2024, staff released the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are focused on the Sacramento River watershed, Delta Eastside tributaries, and Delta for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. That release initiated a public comment period, and we are here today to listen to your input. I will now provide some background information on how the workshop will be conducted. This workshop is being held in accordance with the Notice of Opportunity for Public Comment and Workshop as revised on November 1st and November 6th. Today is the first of a 5-day workshop to receive public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. After today, the workshop will continue at 9 a.m. on Friday, November 22nd. The remaining workshop days will be held on December 3rd, December 12th, and January 23rd, 2025. The notice includes a workshop agenda that identifies specific topics that will be covered each day. Each day will include staff presentations on the topics identified for that day and topic-specific panel presentations and individual comments. To the extent possible, individual comments should address the topics covered that day. Today's topics include the draft regulatory provisions identified in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Comments related to other agenda topics should be reserved for the remaining workshop days, and general comments not specific to a workshop topic will be held in the afternoon of December 12th. Written comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan are due on December 19th, 2024. However, written comments specific to the workshop topic scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft plan updates, please read and follow the instructions provided in the notice. Written comments and associated specific recommendations are particularly helpful to the board when considering changes to the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board will not take any action today or during the remaining workshop days. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft updates to the plan. Based on comments on this draft, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan for additional public comment and board consideration. Today's workshop will begin with opening remarks from any fellow board members that would like to make them. We will then hear remarks from Secretary Wade Crowfoot of the California Natural Resources Agency. Then we will hear a staff presentation providing an overview of the draft regulatory provisions included in the draft plan updates. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations that may wish to present. Then we will move to those groups who have requested to make panel presentations, followed by individual commenters. We plan to take a short break here in the morning, and based on the number of panels and speakers signed up to provide comments today, it's possible we may be able to get through folks before having to take a lunch break. However, I will determine if we will take one as the day proceeds. We have 2 panels scheduled to present today. After the staff presentation, we'll hear 1 panel from the Department of Water Resources, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and other representatives from voluntary agreement parties. We'll then take a 15-minute break. After the break, we'll hear our last panel from environmental non-governmental organizations consisting of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, Friends of the River, and San Francisco Bay Keeper. We will then end the day with comments from individual speakers. There are a few points about this workshop that I'd like to emphasize. First, please do keep your comments limited to the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. As a reminder, comments should be limited to today's specific topics. Second, I will also, while I and my fellow board members may ask for staff clarification, we will not be responding to each individual oral comment during today's workshop. Finally, I want to take a moment to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for our state. It provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose culture are deeply entwined with the watershed and ecosystem. Providing a balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important and takes careful consideration. So your input today will help inform us and the provisions on the draft update of the Bay Delta Plan, and we will be intently listening for your feedback. So thank you for your time today and look forward to discussion. Looking quickly to fellow board members, if there's anything they feel so inclined to say. Board Member Firestone, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to add on and sort of give a little, a few thoughts as we start into this process, particularly on today's focus, which is the regulatory program. You know, as we have only recently put out the level of detail on how we think we can make this work, this is really the time to give constructive feedback about how we can make a regulatory program work. We're going to spend a lot of time, and we have already, continuing to try to help support make voluntary agreements successful. And the clear direction that I think, you know, I've heard from the chair is that this is not an either or. We need a regulatory program and backstop that will work. And so what I'm really hopeful today will be is a constructive engagement about how to make a regulatory program that can function successfully for the goals that we all have. This is a time to pivot away from, I think, just you know, unimpaired flows is unworkable to how do we figure out how to make a program work, and really constructive input. And I know there hasn't been a huge amount of time since the draft came out to have fully fledged comments here, but I'm really hopeful that can be the focus for today. And I'm really looking forward to digging in today and giving this the time that it needs to help make sure that we have a program that can be successful here, even as we're also looking at supporting ultimately the success of the voluntary agreements as well. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Really appreciate those comments and agree that here what we have before us is not an either or. Being here in 2018 when we adopted phase one, be candid, there was a feeling that there was an either or here. And here it's a potential and so really appreciate those comments. Just looking to see if board member McGuire had any comment. Not seeing any. Would welcome up Secretary Wade Crowfoot. Good to see you this morning, Secretary. Thank you so much for being here at this workshop.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to kick off this set of workshops. And I'll share that I think from our perspective in our agency, we're really excited you're to this point. We are strongly supportive of updating the water quality plan for the Bay Delta and its rivers flowing into that. And this is an exciting moment. I'll also, in my remarks, echo a point that both you and board member Firestone made, which is we believe this is really not an either or approach. We are excited about the potential of what we're calling healthy rivers and landscapes, or voluntary agreements, and we recognize that a regulatory program is needed, which I'll articulate in a little bit. But I'll say also huge thanks to the water board staff. This is a change a long time in coming, and there's a lot of complexity that's being unpacked and continues to be unpacked. And so just appreciate the collaboration. I wanted, though, to kick off this set of workshops by sharing why our agency has invested so much time over the last several years in really building a proposal that we think can be quite successful achieving your goals. I talk a lot about in my job about our mission, which I've sort of boiled down to helping people and nature thrive together. And I think from my view, that's really the charge before you in updating this plan. How do you protect this broad range of beneficial uses? How do we help the environment recover for fish and wildlife? And how do we maintain water security for our communities and our economy? And it is a balancing exercise, no doubt, particularly as climate change accelerates and creates less and less certainty. But I'm excited with the proposal before you that you're considering over months in these years, because I think it does a good job working to balance all of these needs and ultimately help the environment recover in ways that's workable for communities across our state. I want to start just making a note on nomenclature or vocabulary, and I know you know this, but for those who are following this discussion, throughout these workshops, there'll be a conversation about this proposed program of implementation, and it has been known over years as the voluntary agreements. We work to rename this program Healthy Rivers and Landscapes because there's this sort of lingering perception that somehow this approach creates a voluntary set of actions that regulated entities would take. And I want to make sure everybody that's watching understands that the program of implementation as a proposed approach, this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, is not voluntary. If adopted as a program of implementation, it's detailed, it's enforceable, and it's outcome-based. And it binds regulated entities to specific commitments that they'll be held accountable for making, whether it's flows, investments, managerial actions. And so that's really important to note. So while this specific workshop addresses the regulatory approach and unimpaired flows, which I'll get to in a moment, I do think, given that you're kicking off these workshops and our agency has been so involved in helping lead this proposed program of implementation, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, it's important to know why we spent so much time on this effort. From my view, this proposed program of implementation provides three distinct advantages that sort of a traditional regulatory approach hasn't in the past. One is it's holistic. It allows for us to do more than just restore flows into rivers. We know that flows need to be restored into rivers, and that's really important for environmental restoration. And I think everyone will agree that we need to take additional actions, including expanding habitat, doing a better job monitoring the impacts of flows and habitat, and then ultimately managing in an adaptive way to help species recover and help protect beneficial uses. And it's worth noting that I won't go into it, but that I'm excited that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes would bind parties to really quite large habitat restoration as well as flows, up to additional 750,000 acre feet through the Delta in certain times of year, depending on water types, tens of thousands of acres of habitat restoration. And from our perspective, it's really the combination of both of those, monitored objectively and in a transparent way, and then managed adaptively, that's going to help us get to where we need to go. So holistic, adaptive, as I've talked about. From my perspective, and in this job for now 6 years, we've had to move on a dime for this weather whiplash with climate change. And the fact is, we can no longer collectively rely on a 100-year hydrograph to help us anticipate what's at play. And I worry that if we don't adapt or we don't adopt an adaptive approach, we're going to be locked into a set of managerial decisions that takes years or decades to change. So, however you adopt this update, I really hope that we have an opportunity to work with you and maintain kind of an adaptive approach that can change across water year types or even within seasons. And that's what's so exciting about this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes as it's contemplated, is it establishes a governance that's meant to be transparent and inclusive, that then allows for entities to make collective decisions around how to deploy flows as well as expanding habitat as we're learning what's working. And then lastly, I'll say I'm really excited with this proposal is that it moves with urgency. We know we have to make improvements. We have to restore flows, build habitat now, or even if we're being honest, it's really yesterday. And part of what we've been excited about regarding this proposed program of implementation is it lets us make these improvements immediately. And so we've worked to what we call, begin early implementation of our proposal, even as it's being considered by the board. So we're actually getting expanded habitat in place. We've been working to expedite the permitting process for that habitat we call cutting green tape, because we know this is desperately needed. And we're excited to actually help restore flows as well. You may have seen that the Department of Water Resources issued essentially its first round of awards for increased environmental flows, which was anticipated to be part of this program. So from our perspective, these are no regrets improvements that we can make. And we're excited, if this is adopted as a program of implementation, to continue this work immediately and urgently over the next 8 years as we're understanding its impact. So as it relates to the regulatory approach and what was discussed or set up as at the beginning of the hearing, again, we believe this is not an either or. That in order for that Healthy Rivers and Landscapes programs to work, we need a regulatory approach and an unimpaired flow alternative for a couple of reasons. One is there may be regulated entities that don't make commitments through Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, and they need to be held accountable for making improvements. And so from my perspective, we need a workable unimpaired flows alternative. We also need an alternative to put in place very quickly if we're not seeing the outcomes that we need to see within the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. At the end of the day, we need to demonstrate environmental recovery within your charge of updating the plan for beneficial uses. And while we anticipate improvement and recovery, we recognize the importance of actually being able to turn on a dime and to put in what I would call a purely regulatory approach if Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is not effective. So I want you to know we support you working through the complexity of how to administer that. I'll say that both approaches are complex to implement. Department of Water Resources and the public water agencies have spent hundreds of hours trying to understand how to account for what would be additive over a baseline. And likewise, I know Water Board staff has been thinking about, how does that unimpaired flow regime or framework get implemented in ways that are measurable and verifiable. So I think while some could criticize the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as really complicated to implement, I think, frankly, both are complicated to implement. And really moving forward, we'll need to make sure that both can be implemented effectively. But from my perspective, we need a new and strengthened approach. I think over the last 20 years, the approach that we've collectively implemented has been inadequate. What we've seen is continued, fish decline and species decline, while we're seeing growing water supply uncertainty. It's worth noting that we have now fish that are, slipping towards endangered status. And it was only 2 years ago that 5 million Californians were underwater rationing. And I was thinking about walking here as we're experiencing some rain, thankfully, that we were going into a winter 2 years ago where we were preparing for 19 million, half of California being underwater rationing. So I think that this this new paradigm around, bringing the regulated entities, the public water users, hopefully bringing conservation groups and tribes into this effort to implement improved flows and habitat in a transparent way represents a new paradigm that frankly can work quicker and more adaptively than what we've had in place in the past. I guess I'll lastly say on process, because it's important. And I think the last time I was before you earlier this summer, it's important for me to note this. We've learned a lot over the last several years. This approach to develop this program of implementation, what was then known as the voluntary agreements, was really intended to be an inclusive discussion. And it really started out both with public water agencies, state and federal agencies, and conservation groups. And I'm proud of that. Obviously, it reached a point when some of those groups stepped away because they felt like what we were narrowing in on was inadequate from their perspective. And then as we got just to the end and sort of among ourselves finalizing this, some of the groups, from my view, that had never been supportive of this approach wanted to be part of the conversation, which we didn't think was appropriate. That created a narrative that somehow this process to develop this program was exclusive or behind closed doors. And I can tell you, it's our intent actually through this program to be more inclusive and more transparent. We have been on a journey with tribal nations. And I'll tell you, working on water over 20 years, historically, while tribal participation would have been welcomed, it was never invited proactively. And so over the last few years, our agency has improved significantly on early, often and meaningful government-to-government consultation, and really reaching out to ensure that tribal nations are part of the discussion from the beginning if they want to be. And so just know that moving forward, if this program of implementation, as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes is adopted, we will do all that we can to ensure that tribal nations are part of the management, the implementation over the next 8 years, and really outside of the government-to-government working relationship, that all stakeholders can actually participate. Our goal is to be both transparent and inclusive moving forward. So huge thanks for the work that you're doing across all of our water topics. It's tough work. And once again, big thanks to your staff for wading through this complexity with us in recent months and years.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Really appreciate your presence and leadership here and helping to open up this discussion. Agree on all your points, but just really wanted to hit on the inclusivity part. It's why these discussions are here in public, why the board's decision-making is the way it is, because it's an incredibly important value to us, that transparency and trust. It's the only way we collectively, not just here at the dais, but as decision makers collectively in the state, can actually try to make our way through what are, to your point, very complex issues for sure. And the human components often feel sometimes the most complex. And to your points about, the system and whether, it's a regulatory approach or the voluntary agreements, there's, I think people see a lot of difference. I agree with you that there's a lot in common, and that commonality is how we make implementable adding water into a system and protecting it out as outflow, regardless of it's through a regulatory approach or through ultimately the efforts of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties. And, we have a lot to try to work out. And so really appreciate the space that we have to have a working discussion and continue to improve the working relationship we all have amongst each other. And just appreciate, again, your leadership and thought in all of this and helping to bridge it. It means a lot. So thank you. All right, we can move on to our staff presentation and start to get into the very meaty complexities that we have before us. And so thank you, and hand it off to Diane Riddle.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good morning. My name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation efforts. With me here today from the division are two of our program managers, Sam Bashevkin and Matt Holland. We also have Samantha Olson with us from the Office of Chief Counsel, and additional members of our staff in the room today and virtually attending. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this workshop. Then I'll provide a brief high-level background on the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan. Next, Sam and I will describe the regulatory provisions included in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that we are seeking input on here today. Lastly, we'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Then we'll transition into our panel presentations. Next slide, please. Again, today is the first day of a multi-day public workshop to discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were released on October 25th. As described in the notice, each day of this 5-day workshop will cover specific topics related to the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. Staff will be providing presentations at the beginning of each workshop day to provide an overview of the workshop topics for that day. Each day will also include topic-specific panel presentations and topic-specific individual comments. Staff is particularly interested in specific constructive comments on improvements to the draft provisions of the Bay Delta Plan that the board should consider. As Chair Esquivel noted, to the extent possible, individual comments should address the topics covered that day. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the specific topics that will be addressed at each workshop day. Today, we'll cover the Sacramento Delta regulatory provisions included in the draft Bay Delta Plan updates. Friday's workshop day will address draft provisions of the Bay Delta Plan covering voluntary agreements proposed by state and federal agencies and water users, referred to as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Proposal, or VAs for short. On December 3rd, we will cover VA habitat accounting in the morning and tribal focused topics in the afternoon. The December 12th workshop day will cover VA flow accounting with the opportunity for any general individual comments at the end of that day. Our last workshop day on January 23rd of next year will cover 2 possible provisions identified in the draft plan updates. One intended to protect base delta outflows during dry conditions and droughts, and one to protect VA flow, the base that VA flows are intended to be added to. We will provide a staff summary of the topics for each of these additional topics at the beginning of each workshop day. Next slide, please. This slide identifies today's agenda. Following the staff presentation, we'll hear from 2 panels. After each of the presentations, board members may provide input and ask questions. We'll end the day hearing any topic-specific individual comments. Again, to the extent possible, those comments should focus on the draft regulatory provisions of the draft Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. Now that I've covered the logistics for the workshop, I'll provide a brief background on the Bay Delta Plan and the current efforts to update and implement the plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. The Bay Delta Plan currently identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta Plan, which currently include municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife uses. The plan also identifies flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses, including narrative and numeric objectives. And the plan identifies a program of implementation to achieve the objectives. And lastly, the plan identifies monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of the implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan is required to be reviewed periodically and updated as needed to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water. Next slide. This slide provides an overview map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The board is currently in the process of considering updates to the portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East Side tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras rivers, and the Delta. This area is generally referred to as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide, please. The Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through separate processes due to the distinct differences between the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River systems and the specific issues concerning each of them. The Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan includes consideration of updates related to Sacramento River and Delta East Side tributary inflows and cold water habitat, Delta outflows, and interior Delta flows, as well as associated voluntary agreements that will be discussed on Friday again. The updates to the Bay Delta Plan also include updates to other general provisions of the plan, including monitoring and special studies and the possible consideration of tribal beneficial uses that will be discussed on December 3rd. In 2018, the State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River flow, tributary flows, and Southern Delta salinity components. Efforts are currently underway to implement those updates and consider a voluntary agreement for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered through a separate process. For more information on these efforts, please visit the frequently asked questions linked on the slide here. Next slide, please. Before we discuss the draft changes to the Bay Delta Plan, I'll provide a little bit of background on the process to date. To update portions of the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan. In order to inform those updates, the State Water Board completed a scientific basis report in 2017, including peer review and response to peer review comments. Then in 2018, the State Water Board staff released a framework for possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, identifying specific possible updates to the plan that are the basis for the regulatory provisions included in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan that are the subject of today's discussion. Then in March of 2022, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding for the proposed voluntary agreements that will be discussed in more detail on Friday. Following which, a supplement to the scientific basis report was prepared and peer reviewed to document the science supporting the voluntary agreements. Staff is currently in the process of addressing the peer review comments on the supplement to the scientific basis report and finalizing that report for inclusion in the final staff report in support of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released a draft staff report substitute environmental document for public review and comment, documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of different possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including the regulatory provisions and VA provisions included in the draft updates to the plan. The State Water Board also held a multi-day public hearing to receive comments on the report. State Water Board staff are currently in the process of addressing the public comments on the draft staff report and will also be making other updates to the report as necessary based on possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan itself. And we'll be releasing the updated staff report in response to comments at a future date. The draft staff report included draft water quality objectives and a description of the major provisions of the program of implementation, but did not include all of the draft specific possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan that were provided in the draft of the specific changes to the Bay Delta Plan. However, those changes were informed by the public comments on the draft staff report. Next slide, please. Now I'll move into discussing the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. As has been mentioned, the board released the draft of the updates to the Bay Delta Plan on October 25th for public comment. These draft updates include options for voluntary agreements proposed by water users and regulatory provisions. The regulatory provisions would apply if VAs are not approved. If the VAs are approved, the regulatory provisions would apply to non-VA parties, and they could also apply to the VA parties if all or a portion of the VAs are discontinued at some point. Also included in the draft updates are general provisions that would apply regardless of whether the VAs are approved. The regulatory provisions and general provisions are the subject of this workshop day and will be described in more detail in the rest of this presentation. Next slide, please. All options currently under consideration for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including the regulatory provision and provisions and VA provisions, are presented in the draft Bay Delta Plan together in one document, with notes to reader that explain the options or provide context for some of the potential draft changes, including where options exist. These notes are depicted in bracketed italics throughout the document. Additionally, the draft updates include boxes with specific program of implementation language under consideration with an accompanying note to reader explaining the option. Some of these options are based on regulatory provisions developed by staff, while others are based on specific VA proposals. The notes to reader and boxes are intended to explain the options and other issues the board is specifically seeking input on. However, the board welcomes input on all components of the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan and has not made a decision on any of these specific updates as of this date. In addition to the substantive Sacramento Delta updates, the draft updates also include other minor updates and edits to improve clarity and readability. Next slide, please. The Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan are intended to address aquatic ecosystem stressors within the board's responsibilities to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. These updates include options based on the alternatives described in the September 2023 draft staff report. The draft Bay Delta Plan includes additional specificity and refinements from the options described in the draft staff report informed by public comments. No substantial changes were made to the Bay Delta Plan associated with measures to protect municipal, industrial, or agricultural uses or the lower San Joaquin River fish and wildlife flow objectives that were adopted in 2018. Next slide, please. Now I'll move on to the major regulatory provisions included in the draft updates. The regulatory provisions that we will be primarily talking about in the workshop today were referred to as the proposed plan amendments in the draft staff report. However, those proposed plan amendments may change as a result of changes to the Bay Delta Plan and would be reflected in an updated staff report. The major components that I will describe in more detail are the narrative and numeric Sacramento Delta inflow objective, narrative objective to protect cold-water habitat for salmonids, inflow-based Delta outflow objective, narrative interior Delta flow objective, and updates to the existing Delta cross-channel gate closure objective. If the VAs are adopted, the new inflow, cold-water habitat, and inflow-based Delta outflow objectives may either remain as objectives or their substantial provisions may be moved to the program of implementation. Either way, VA parties would not be required to contribute to those provisions during the term of the VA, but non-VA water right holders would. Next slide, please. Next, I'll move on to the tributary inflow objective. The new inflow objective would require year-round inflows from the Sacramento River, its tributaries, and the Delta East Side tributaries. The objective includes a narrative component that would require inflows sufficient to support and maintain the natural protection of viable native fish populations. The narrative objective also includes a numeric component that would require a % of unimpaired flow to remain in the stream to protect native fish and wildlife. The draft identifies an inflow level of 55% of unimpaired flow with an adaptive range of 45 to 65%, consistent with the flows identified in the draft staff report. But the draft Bay Delta Plan indicates that the board is specifically seeking public input to determine if the numeric inflow level and range should be modified between 35 and 75% of unimpaired flow. These inflow requirements would apply throughout the watershed on all Sacramento Delta tributaries that support or contribute to the protection of anadromous fishes. As described later in our presentation, the inflow requirements would be implemented in order of water right priority and would apply to all water right holders in the salmon-bearing tributaries, including upstream reaches and branches not covered by an approved voluntary agreement. Next slide. The initial compliance locations for the inflow objective are the locations where the % of unimpaired flow would be calculated. This location would also serve to inform if the implementation methods described later in this presentation are effective, including whether are non-compliance issues or needed refinements to the implementation methodology. These locations would not necessarily serve as specific compliance locations for individual water right holders, given that compliance with the objective would need to be achieved collectively by water right holders in the watershed that are subject to the inflow requirements. The initial compliance locations listed in the table on the screen, which is table 5 of the draft Bay Delta plan, would apply at the confluence of the tributary or branch listed in the table. Compliance locations are identified above rim reservoirs on tributary forks and branches that include significant consumptive use, diversion from the watershed of origin, or alterations of flow timing. Failure to list a tributary fork or branch in this table does not exclude that fork or branch from the requirement, but instead indicates that the percent of unimpaired flow would not be calculated at that tributary fork or branch, but at the tributary confluence. The board welcomes public input on the draft compliance locations and specifically whether there are additional branches or forks that should be included in this table. Next slide, please. The draft updates to the Bay Delta plan would allow for the inflows to be adaptively implemented to optimize flows to benefit fish and wildlife while considering other beneficial uses, and to allow inflows to be implemented in conjunction with cold water habitat provisions. Where best available science supports a different flow pattern or a combination of flow and non-flow actions, adaptive implementation could be applied. Specifically, flows could be shaped by managing the required inflows as a total volume of water on a seasonal basis and releasing this volume of water on an adaptive schedule to maximize benefits for fish and wildlife. In addition, the required percent of unimpaired flow could be adjusted between 45 and 65% or another range if the board so chooses. These adjustments could occur on a short-term or long-term basis and could be directed by the State Water Board or approved as part of local cooperative solutions that we'll discuss more. In considering adaptive implementation actions, the board would need to ensure that those adjustments could be made consistent with water right priorities and could be implemented consistent with the inflow-based delta outflow objective we will describe later in this presentation. Next slide, please. To protect cold water habitat and minimize water supply impacts during very dry conditions, the draft Bay Delta plan includes new provisions that were not identified in the draft staff report that would allow for reductions to the percent of unimpaired flow requirement during very dry conditions, as indicated by low tributary reservoir storage conditions. Specifically, the required inflow levels and the draft updates to the Bay Delta plan would be reduced during periods from October 1st through March 31st, when the collective reservoir storage level of a tributary are lower than 75 and 50% of the allowable flood control storage level. When the collective reservoir storage level is less than 75% of the allowable flood control storage level, the requirement would be reduced to 45% of unimpaired flow. And when the collective reservoir storage level is less than 50% of the allowable flood control storage level, the requirement would be reduced to 35% of unimpaired flow. In smaller reservoirs that do not have flood control storage levels, the board is seeking input on other metrics that could be used for these calculations. With that, I will turn it over to Sam to discuss the remaining provisions of the draft Bay Delta plan.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Diane. As Diane mentioned, the draft updates to the Bay Delta plan include a new narrative cold water habitat objective and implementation provisions to address existing temperature impairments in the watershed, as well as to ensure that implementation of the inflow requirements does not result in additional temperature impacts. The narrative objective would require that cold water flows are maintained and timed to provide for downstream temperature to protect salmonids, including Chinook salmon and steelhead. In recognition of the unique circumstances of different tributaries, the program of implementation for the cold water habitat objective provides flexibility in implementation measures and provides for reservoir operators to either maintain minimum carryover storage levels or conduct alternative actions such as providing passage above dams. Reservoir operators would also develop long-term temperature management strategies for how they propose to implement the cold water habitat objective for the executive director's approval after a public review and comment process. Following that approval, annual operations plans consistent with the long-term strategies would be developed to address specific temperature management actions each year. Next slide. This table shows the initial end of September carryover storage levels identified in Table 7 in the draft Bay Delta plan. In most reservoirs, lower carryover storage levels would apply in dry and critical years than in wet, above normal, and below normal years. During critical years, the executive director could grant exceptions to these storage levels during droughts of 2 or more years duration. Next slide. The initial draft carryover storage levels identified in the previous slide were developed using a combination of historical storage and temperature data, as well as temperature modeling for the major State Water Project and Central Valley Project reservoirs in the plan area. Where temperature models were not available for use by staff, historical relationships between reservoir storage and release temperatures were developed to identify storage levels that have historically provided suitable temperatures for cold water fish likely to be present below each reservoir. The focus of this effort was on the summer and fall, when water temperatures are most likely to be unsuitable and are strongly influenced by reservoir release temperatures. This approach is described in Appendix A1C to the draft staff report, though the final staff report will include additional and expanded analyses. Intermittent or opportunistic use of certain tributaries by cold water species during summer and fall was also considered in identifying initial draft carryover storage requirements, particularly under drier conditions when anadromous fishes are less likely to access these habitats. Finally, for reservoirs that typically fluctuate within a relatively narrow range of volumes, historical levels of fall storage were identified to ensure that such reservoirs maintain the capacity to contribute to temperature control within their respective watersheds. The State Water Board welcomes input on possible refinements to these carryover storage levels. Next slide. The draft Bay Delta plan provides for water right holders to propose local cooperative solutions to comply with the inflow and cold water habitat objectives. These local cooperative solutions could use the adaptive implementation provisions described earlier for inflow and cold water habitat, and could provide for implementation outside of the strict water right priority system, provided that other affected water right holders are agreeable or otherwise not impacted and the objectives are met. Local cooperative solutions could also propose complementary ecosystem protection measures such as habitat restoration, passage, improvements in cold water management structures, or other measures to achieve the narrative portions of the objectives at lower flows and different carryover storage levels within the adaptive provisions of the program of implementation. Local cooperative solutions would also be required to provide comparable benefits to fish and wildlife as would be expected absent the local cooperative solution. They would also be required to meet the minimum requirements described in the program of implementation. Local cooperative solutions would be subject to a minimum 30-day public comment period. If they would achieve at least 55% of unimpaired flow and relevant cold water habitat provisions, they could be approved by the executive director. Otherwise, they would require approval by the State Water Board. Next slide. The draft inflow-based delta outflow provisions of the updates to the Bay Delta plan would require that required inflows be provided as outflows. Required inflows include those from the Sacramento Delta and the lower San Joaquin River tributaries. Required inflows also include adjustments for downstream natural accretions and depletions. If the VAs are adopted, the required outflow would be the sum of VA outflows and the additive flows provided from other water rights subject to the regulatory pathway. The specific methods and assumptions needed to implement the inflow-based delta outflows, including assumptions for accretions and depletions, would be developed as part of the implementation methodology described later in this presentation. Next slide. Based on recent information indicating that the net consumptive use of irrigated agriculture on subsided islands below sea level in the delta may be equivalent to the amount of water that would be used by vegetation absent irrigation and land management, the board is considering initial exemptions to the inflow-based delta outflow requirement for diversion and use of water to irrigate lands below sea level in the legal delta. This exception would be subject to refinement based on new information. The State Water Board is specifically seeking input on this possible exception. Next slide. The draft Bay Delta plan includes a narrative interior delta flow objective that would require flow conditions in the interior delta sufficient to support and maintain the natural production of viable native fish populations migrating through and rearing in the delta. This objective would be implemented through the existing interior delta flows objectives and through the biological opinions and incidental take permit for operation of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. As part of the annual and periodic review process I'll discuss later, the State Water Board would evaluate if additional measures are needed to implement the narrative objective, including to provide for consistent operations of the state and federal water projects in the interior delta. In addition to the narrative interior delta flow objective, the Delta cross-channel gate objective would be updated to add October to the months the Delta cross-channel gate could be required to be closed, consistent with the National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion. The draft staff report identified potential new additional objectives for Old and Middle River flows, San Joaquin inflow to export ratio, and fall delta outflows. Consistent with alternative 4A in the draft staff report, these objectives were not included in the draft updates to the Bay Delta plan. Next slide. The next category of updates to the Bay Delta plan I'll describe are the general provisions that would apply with or without incorporation of VAs into the Bay Delta plan, with the exception of tribal beneficial uses that will be discussed in the December 3rd workshop and the possible drought provision that will be discussed in the January 23rd workshop. Additional general provisions that will be discussed in more detail today include the implementation methodology, annual and periodic review, biological goals, monitoring, special study, evaluation, and reporting, and avoiding redirected impacts to the Trinity River. Next slide. With respect to the implementation methodology for the updates to the Bay Delta plan, this would be a new way of implementing the Bay Delta plan that has not been used in the past due to prior Bay Delta plans being implemented only by the State Water Project and Central Valley Project through prior voluntary efforts. In order to provide for the protection of flows needed to implement the Bay Delta plan, either through the regulatory provisions discussed today or through the proposed voluntary agreements, these updates need to be implemented consistent with the water right priority system. Specifically, to implement the new inflow and inflow-based delta outflow requirements, a method is needed to determine when water is not available under water right priorities after accounting for flows needed to be maintained to meet in-stream flows and flows needed to meet senior downstream water right demands. To protect VA flows, a system is needed to both protect the VA flows from diversion by other users and to ensure the VA flows that are being provided for in-stream purposes are available and able to be protected consistent with water right priorities. In addition, a system is needed to ensure VA water right holders are not diverting outside of priority or diverting flows provided by non-VA water right holders to meet non-VA regulatory flows. To accomplish these purposes, the draft Bay Delta plan identifies that a methodology would be developed to determine when water is not available under water rights in the watershed, depending on whether the water right is covered by an approved VA or not. Water rights not covered by approved VAs would be curtailed to meet their portion of responsibility for the new tributary inflow and inflow-based delta outflow requirements, assuming all water rights were subject to those requirements regardless of VAs. This method would avoid assigning more responsibility to water rights that are not part of the VAs than would exist absent VAs, consistent with water right priorities. While the calculations of unavailability would be done assuming all water right holders were responsible for meeting the inflow and associated inflow-based delta outflow requirements, any water right covered by approved VAs would not be subject to curtailment to meet those requirements. However, VA water rights would be subject to unavailability determinations when no water is available at their priority of right, in order to avoid VA parties diverting outside of priority and diverting regulatory flows provided by others. VA flows provided for in-stream flow purposes would need to be provided from water rights that were not subject to unavailability. These methods would allow for the regulatory provisions and any VAs to be implemented consistent with water right priorities and would allow for both methods to be implemented together. Under a combined VA and regulatory approach, the percent of unimpaired flow level would not be expected to be met at the unimpaired flow compliance location. At the same time, the additive flows provided by non-VA parties would be expected to be added to VA flows. The implementation methodology would include provisions to address these and other issues needed to implement the inflow and outflow related updates to the Bay Delta plan. The implementation methodology is expected to be informed by the methodology that was used in the prior drought to determine water unavailability, which was the first comprehensive effort to implement the water right priority system for thousands of water right holders in the Bay Delta watershed. That effort was very instrumental in developing a starting point from which to develop longer-term methods to implement the water right priority system in the Bay Delta watershed, which will be needed to implement the Bay Delta plan. That longer-term methodology would be developed as part of the implementation process for the updates to the Bay Delta plan through a subsequent public process and would be subject to refinement and improvement over time based on improved information. Next slide, please. The draft Bay Delta plan identifies exceptions to curtailments to meet Bay Delta plan requirements that could apply in certain circumstances. As I just described, if the VAs are adopted, VA water rights would be accepted from curtailments to meet the regulatory inflow and inflow-based delta outflow requirements. However, the VA water rights would not be accepted from curtailments when no water is available under their water right priorities without consideration for in-stream flows. In addition, the draft Bay Delta plan provides for exceptions to curtailments for minimum human health and safety purposes, non-consumptive uses of water, and for wildlife refuges. All of these exceptions would not change curtailments for non-accepted water rights. Curtailments would be calculated in order of water right priority without adjustments for any accepted water rights. This would ensure that non-accepted water rights are not allocated more or less responsibility than would occur absent those exceptions, and would also ensure that the exceptions do not impact senior water right holders. Next slide. When the implementation methodology is used to protect inflows and outflows, the methodology would remove required flows, such as 55% of unimpaired flow, from the available supply. The remaining supply would then be allocated to demands in order of water right priority. When no supply remains, the remaining water rights would be curtailed. Compliance with curtailments would represent compliance with the inflow and inflow-based delta outflow objectives. If the expected volume of in-stream flow and delta outflow does not materialize, this could be the result of non-compliance with curtailments, or it could indicate that improvements are needed to the methodology. Over time, the methodology would be refined to improve accuracy to meeting the numeric flow requirements. Next slide. The draft updates to the Bay Delta plan include provisions for conducting regular annual and periodic reviews to receive updates on implementation actions and regularly evaluate and consider needed adjustments to the Bay Delta plan or its implementation. Annual reviews would take the form of public meetings to discuss progress on implementation and adaptive management of the Bay Delta plan. Periodic reviews would be held every 3 years to discuss possible needed changes to the Bay Delta plan or its implementation to protect beneficial uses. Consistent with the Lower San Joaquin River updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the draft Sacramento Delta updates include provisions for developing numerical biological goals for the Sacramento Delta tributaries and the Delta to inform the continued update and adaptive implementation of the plan. The Sacramento Delta biological goals would be developed through a public process with the opportunity for public comment and approved by the State Water Board. Next slide. Next, I'll discuss the monitoring provisions in the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Updates to monitoring provisions in the Bay Delta Plan were identified in the 2009 Periodic Review Staff Report and in the 2012 Notice of Preparation for the update and implementation of the Bay Delta Plan. Most of the Bay Delta Plan monitoring requirements are found in Water Rights Decisions 1641 and 1485. Many of these monitoring requirements are broad in general, creating some ambiguity in the specific needed monitoring to meet the requirements and how changes to that monitoring may be made. To resolve these issues, the updates to the monitoring provisions would add specificity to the required monitoring provisions and identify a clear process for modifying those requirements through a public process. In addition, existing monitoring requirements only apply to the Department of Water Resources and Reclamation and largely only apply in the Delta. The expanded scope of the Bay Delta Plan necessitates both a broader geographic range for the monitoring provisions, as well as broader responsibilities for that monitoring. The draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan would commit the board to developing a broader-based monitoring program over time. Next slide. The Bay Delta Monitoring or Evaluation Program, or BDMEP, would comprise the monitoring activities needed to implement the Bay Delta Plan. This includes monitoring needed to assess compliance, evaluate effectiveness, and inform potential future updates to the Bay Delta Plan. As mentioned in the previous slide, the initial BDMEP would add specificity to existing monitoring requirements identified in D1641, D1485, and other water right conditions. This includes additional specificity on data quality standards, processes for regular review of monitoring and approval of changes to monitoring surveys, reporting requirements, and lists of specific required monitoring activities that are included in Appendix A to the draft plan. The program of implementation would also commit the State Water Board to developing a comprehensive BDMEP that covers the entire watershed. Next slide. As mentioned in the prior slide, the draft Bay Delta Plan includes additional detail on the processes for review and approval of changes to monitoring surveys and monitoring requirements. Possible changes to monitoring requirements and designs would be evaluated during annual and periodic review processes. These reviews would focus on ensuring that monitoring is providing the necessary information to support Bay Delta Plan implementation and to consider updates to the plan. Proposed changes would be required to be supported by the best available scientific evidence, including consideration of the need to preserve the integrity of the long-term data record for the purpose of evaluating trends in species abundance, as well as relationships of species abundance with flow and other variables. Proposed changes to monitoring requirements or designs would be subject to public review and input and would require approval by the executive director. Next slide. The draft Bay Delta Plan also includes monitoring and other actions to address harmful algal blooms, or HABs. The draft plan identifies that the board would continue to implement the freshwater harmful algal bloom monitoring strategy pursuant to Assembly Bill 834. In coordination with the Central Valley and San Francisco Bay regional boards, other agencies, tribes, and other parties, the board would also work to implement the Delta cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy. One of the primary goals of the strategy is to eventually implement a coordinated Delta-wide HAB monitoring program. The draft plan identifies that the board would continue to support efforts to improve HAB science, research, and monitoring, develop HAB models, and identify possible management and mitigation measures to control HABs in the Delta. The draft Bay Delta plan also includes requirements of other parties to contribute to HABs monitoring. Consistent with existing requirements under D 1485 and D 1641, DWR and Reclamation would be required to conduct HABs monitoring in the Delta, including phytoplankton and cyanobacterial toxin measurements. In addition, if the VAs are adopted, the VA parties would be required to contribute to HABs monitoring in the VA tributaries and in the Delta. Next slide. Next, I'll discuss the Trinity River provisions of the draft Bay Delta plan. Because the Trinity River is outside of the Bay Delta watershed, but may be affected by Reclamation's exports of water from the Trinity River watershed into the Bay Delta watershed, including as a result of possible changes to the Bay Delta plan, the draft plan includes provisions to avoid redirected impacts to the Trinity River watershed. Specifically, Reclamation would be required to ensure that that implementation of updates to the Bay Delta plan do not result in redirected impacts to native fish and wildlife in the Trinity River watershed. Reports documenting that these redirected impacts have not occurred would be required at least annually under both regulatory pathway and the VA pathway. Next slide. This concludes our overview of the major regulatory provisions of the draft Bay Delta plan. So now I'll discuss next steps. The board is currently accepting public comments on the draft updates to the Bay Delta plan in writing and orally at these workshops. Written comments are due December 19th. However, comments related to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th, 2025. Following the public comment period, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta plan based on public comments received. Staff will also continue to review comments on the draft staff report that were received earlier this year and develop responses to comments and any needed refinements to the staff report. After these processes are complete, the State Water Board would consider approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan and the final staff report anticipated for fall or winter of 2025. Next slide. This slide shows our resources and contact information. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide and enter your email address. This concludes the staff presentation. We are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Diane. Appreciate the presentation and overview. Next, I'd like to see if there are any elected officials or tribal leaders that would like to speak before we go to our first panel. And I believe we had Wanda Williams sign up, who's a Solano County Supervisor, and she's not here in person or on the platform. I think that may have been our only individual commenter that was an elected. Okay, we can move to our first panel. Thank you. And this first panel then is representatives from the Department of Water Resources, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and other VA party representatives. And so I'll give a moment for folks to be able to swap in. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate the time here.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm just going to do a very quick introduction to our panel here and then turn it over to everyone else. So good morning, everyone. Board members, thank you for having us again. I'm Eric Lobashevsky with Department of Water Resources. Just wanted to provide a quick opener to our panel here and in direct response to some of the board comments this morning. I just want to emphasize again that we're here and understand and support the dual pathway approach. I mean, that's been said multiple times, maybe it can't be said enough. So just want to emphasize that. What you'll hear from our panel today, a bunch of engineers up here, operators of the systems here, excuse me, they're going to be presenting on the core challenges, topics, questions related to operationalizing an unimpaired flow approach. So, again, as you hear our panel present on these topics and these core challenges and questions, please keep in mind we're truly here to be constructive. We're here to point out these questions we have, and we're here to help work through solutions to them. So just as you hear us all present, I want you to keep that in mind. We are in that constructive nature and helping to navigate us to that dual pathway solution. But in the same space, we all also want to make sure there's broad understanding that these are really, truly challenges, both approaches, again, said multiple times today. And so just that's what we're here to provide and look forward to taking this next steps. So we'll pass it over to, I believe, Molly here, and she'll start us in the slide deck.
All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Molly White. I am with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm the lead water operations manager for the State Water Project. And let's go to the next slide, please. So I want to kick this off and talk about unimpaired flow and what it is. It's a calculation, and it represents the water production of a river basin, unaltered by upstream diversions, reservoir storage, and diversions of water into or out of that specific basin or river basin. Unimpaired flow can also be referred to as full natural flow, and there are calculated estimates for daily and monthly projections and estimates, and they are posted on the California Data Exchange Center, and the link there is provided in the slide. Next slide, please. There are limited available unimpaired flow forecasts and flow data available to support planning and implementation of a system to operate to unimpaired flow. Unimpaired flow forecasts and estimates are not available for each tributary that are outlined on Table 5 of the Program of Implementation. And additional gauges, data, and resources would be necessary to support the unimpaired flow estimates and forecasts. For tributaries that do not have unimpaired flow data, the observed estimates are not even updated on a daily basis for each available tributary, and therefore would make operating to a 7-day running average infeasible at this time. Next slide, please. As described in the Program of Implementation, all water rights holders in the tributaries listed in Table 5 are subject to the inflow narrative, except those water rights holders who divert less than 10 acre-feet per year or those in the Delta. The Program of Implementation provides general approach to real-time management by meeting 55% of the unimpaired flow on a 7-day running average. And while there is an opportunity for adaptive implementation, at this point it is vague and undefined. As written, the Program of Implementation as it relates to the unimpaired flow construct leaves many questions. It falls short of providing sufficient information to fully understand how the impaired inflow regulatory approach would work and how it could be implemented across each of those listed tributaries. Some initial questions include, what is the process by which a non-exempt water rights holder would follow to comply with the unimpaired flow regulatory pathway? How would every water user know when they may divert every day, as a hydrograph will constantly change, as does the regulatory obligations? How will the board track, monitor, and enforce compliance when conditions and requirements change in real time? And lastly, both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project will still be required to meet D1641 Bay Delta standards and any additional Delta standards included in the updated Bay Delta plan. How will the required flows be monitored to ensure that there are not redirected impacts to the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project? For instance, if upstream water rights holders are unable to meet an unimpaired flow target, the State Water Project or Central Valley Project may be required to release additional stored water to compensate. Next slide.
Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I'm just thinking process-wise, because these are big topics that are really important to dig into. And I know we have staff around. I'm not sure how we want to do this, but so, defer to the chair. But given that there's some big topics here, I personally think it would be really helpful to maybe take them in chunks and be able to get some input from staff, because a lot of these are questions, and then be able to hear more about the thought that, not just questions, but also thought about what alternatives could be. Because I think I know a lot of thought has been going into that. So we could really dig into the topics. I think you all put together this presentation and cover a number of different major topics that are really important to dig into. Maybe we could do each one and go through it, or you could just go through the whole presentation and we could go back and do each one. I don't know what but I'd really like to be able to dig in on these more and make sure we're all really understanding, and staff have a chance to answer questions. These are big questions, answer the ones we have answers to, but also then hear what your thoughts are if you all have suggestions on what alternatives could be.
Yeah, appreciate that, Board Member. I was going to let folks kind of go a little more through the presentation before getting into some of the back and forth. The reality is that there is going to be a lot here within these slides, and I don't think we'll have the time to get through all the points that are being made. But to your point, to the extent that, Ms. Riddle, you and folks want to chime in and try to provide some clarity, I'm open to having a little more of a back and forth as opposed to sort of a download from folks first on the panel and then conversation. So I guess,
we could provide some of that feedback now, or we could wait for some of it. The last point, I think, the way we would set up the methodology would be similar to how it's set up during the drought, in which we would have a dashboard of some sort. And I imagine, this is all to be developed as part of the next phase of the process. I should mention, we're at the planning phase of the process. The next phase of the process is the implementation phase. That's when we really dig into the details of these issues. This is setting forth the framework to provide, the direction that we're moving in. Then we would actually develop the methodology as part of that implementation process. But given that we've been through similar efforts in the drought, I can provide some perspective on the way these issues were handled during the drought. And in terms of informing diverters when they are and are not able to divert, we had a dashboard during the drought that identified when diverters were curtailed due to those specific curtailment requirements. I would imagine we would have something similar for this purpose. Other diverters would not be impacted by whether other parties complied with the curtailment or not. So the concern addressed by Molly, I think, is no, if an upstream diverter didn't bypass water, it wouldn't change your curtailment. That being said, We don't currently have a system for regularly implementing the water right priority system. So there are improvements that we need to data. We need improved demand data. We need more real-time demand data so that we can actually do these calculations as accurately as possible. We did the best we could during the drought. That's probably, the area we need the most refinement so that we can work on those improvements. And I do want to acknowledge, this is a big change. We're moving from a system where the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project were the only responsible entities for meeting requirements to implementing those requirements on a broader based system. There are thousands of water right holders in the Bay Delta watershed. With that comes a level of complexity that I don't want to be misleading about. It is something that we're going to have to address. We were able to do it in a quick format during the last drought. It provides a foundation, but it's not the end all be all. We need to work from that point and develop the tools and the information and provide a process where those tools and information can be refined, provide opportunities for water users to tell us if they think we got something wrong. I think it's going to have to be realistically a dynamic process, and we're going to have to put a good amount of work into developing that methodology. We are in the initial stages of working through some of those issues, but there's a lot of work to be done in order to do that. I think it can be done incrementally. But the intent is not to, the compliance issues, I think I put in a separate category. The intent is to avoid this situation. If one party doesn't comply, another party would be responsible. That, when it gets to the Delta, we are going to have to develop specific measures when it gets to the Delta. On the tributaries, that issue is avoided by the fact that another person's curtailment is not affected by other diverters complying or not. So I don't know if Matt, were there any other comments you wanted to chime in on?
I mean, I can add during the drought, we relied largely on CNRFC forecasts, which are available at a broader set of locations than some of the CDEC full natural flow estimates. And further, for watersheds that didn't have unimpaired flow estimates from CNRFC, we developed relationships to stations that did have forecast methods. And again, as Diane described in the implementation process, we would intend to improve the methods over what was used during the drought. There would be potential through a public process on an ongoing basis to improve those methodologies over time.
I appreciate that. And here, clearly not looking to have the projects have to backstop if, folks on the regulatory pathway aren't their flows aren't materializing. The goal here is not to have this shift where other water right holders and others within the watershed are responsible. And it's not just the projects that are backstopping those flows. And, to the good points that, Diane and Matt made, I think ultimately, because we went through the drought and had active administration of water rights, we have a basis to really start to have better refinement and discussion around some of these questions that also apply to VA flows, very, very importantly. So I think, what we are definitely trying to move toward is active administration of water rights in a way that gives comfort and surety that resources, water being added to the system is additive and is being protected through it. And you can't do that without coloring that water. And you all well know as managers of significant projects within the watershed that it's not simple and there's a lot of factors within it. And so I appreciate the questions and I know the desire is, okay, well, how do we get to that system that we can actively manage on the water rights side that allows us to, whether it's through the regulatory pathway or the VAs, add water to the system and have some surety that it's actually realizing the benefits I think we're all looking for.
Just quickly, thank you for that discourse. And I think we look forward to continued dialogue and engagement on these questions and working with you all and board staff, on like the backstopping construct, for example. I think honestly, we're not seeing quite eye to eye on that as, we're reacting live to these documents that came out. And so I think there's further work we'd want to do to explore that, because I think we can work on, threading that proverbial needle there. I think the challenge is, we're not quite seeing the pieces line up yet. The words here are good, but I don't think we're seeing quite the words on paper matching. So
I appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Well, I'll just add on, since we're sort of this first couple slides here, and we'll be here till really late tonight if we do this, after each slide. So I think it would be really helpful as you go through, and to the extent that staff at the end of the presentation, I think it'd be helpful to identify, Mr. Lobachevsky, as you just did, where there are areas of maybe you're seeking clarity or there's some controversy, where you think ongoing communication with our staff could help to clarify that, and how it would be clarified in a future process as Ms. Riddle laid out, or if you're seeking some change to the document, to the program of implementation. It'd be helpful if you could kind of highlight what process and where you think some changes need to occur.
yes, absolutely. I think we can try to do that. I mean, it definitely would defer to also input from board members and board staff in looking for that detail. And I just want to acknowledge Ms. Riddle's point too, that we totally understand that we're in the planning phase right now with this document, and there's the core implementation details are next. And so, that's something that is heavy on our minds, again, with the engineer hat and the operators of the systems here. So totally understand, and yeah, we'll work through that. So.
We appreciate that. I'll go to Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry that I can't be there today in person, but I think Vice Chair Diadama covered mostly what I was trying to. I'm thinking a little bit here about process as well, and trying to avoid a really deep technical back and forth today if we can help it, and tee up the key policy questions that you're identifying here through the presentation, and maybe making that list and circling back at the end of each panel might be the best way to do that here. Otherwise, I think we might spin out a little bit into the details and lose the forest through the trees. And I'm saying that because I'm very sensitive to the timeline, and that there are only a few weeks to compile what we hope will be very constructive and informative comments, written comments, to help inform these next steps. And so I want to make sure that we're driving to that space. And what I'm hearing already so far is from the water users are that there's a lot of questions on your side, and in the program of implementation that you've read so far. We haven't heard from the NGOs yet. I'm guessing that they have questions as well. So I think it's just really important that we get those out here, but maybe not in every case have a back and forth today, but noting where there should be some future discussions, whether those are staff level meetings, whether those are staff level workshops, whether those are teed up for a future workshop date here with the board. I have an open mind about how we go about this and ensure that it's we maintain the public integrity of the process.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Board Member, and completely agree. I mean, what we're to Vice Chair's comments, and I think all of our desire here is trying to narrow in ultimately on something that's implementable. And so the high level, points and questions are somewhat useful. It helps us actually narrow and hopefully come to agreement as to what we're working toward. But I think when it comes to the specifics, yeah, we'll try to keep the discussion moving along appropriately, have some comment, but know that there's a lot of specifics here that we're going to have to really be digging in, not just in this workshop, but as follow on as we get to a final program implementation. And so, yeah, points appreciated. Thank you, Board Member. And I'll kick it back over to Ms. White so she can continue on. Thank you.
Right. Thank you all. Thank you all. All right, here we go. Yes, low storage adjustment. Again, appreciate the board and staff for, acknowledging that there are dry times where we do need to adjust for dry conditions. The The reduced percentage of unimpaired flow is based upon the tributaries' collective storage allowable capacity. And for those reservoirs with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers flood control manuals, allowable capacity is actually a required storage that is necessary to manage flood events. The allowable storage requirement does not apply to all reservoirs in a tributary. And allowable storage, and I'll talk to Oroville, is a dynamic calculation and can change daily. The complexity of another dynamic condition to manage through. It also increases the complexity and perhaps the risk of over-releasing or under-releasing inflows, especially during the October or through March period. The bottom line is that storage conservation is critical to prepare for extreme swings in hydrology while ensuring adequate storage for cold water releases, municipal, industrial, agricultural, and environmental needs. And I just want to give an example. We did do a preliminary analysis to assess the potential impacts associated with unimpaired flow requirement on Lake Oroville. We looked at the time span from 2019 through 2021. Really, this solely looked at Lake Oroville releases, and the unimpaired flow would have required about 700,000 acre feet of additional releases from Oroville in 2019, a wet year. And it presented a significant disadvantage going into 2020 and 21 drought. Oroville storage at the end of water year 21 would have been significantly lower than the historical low that we experienced at the end of that water year. Operating Oroville to unimpaired flow approach would have made the worst drought in recent history even worse. And the driving factor was that the increased releases in 2019 under an unimpaired approach and a reduction of that 55% unimpaired inflow as allowed in the provision of the program of implementation. So the adjusted storage that this provision allows would not have remedied the extreme low storage based upon that assessment. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Levi Johnson, the operations manager with Bureau of Reclamation.
Thank you, Molly. Next slide, please. Looking at operationalization of that impaired flow approach and planning, I'll say at the foundation of the challenges of planning is really the extreme and uncertain meteorology and hydrology that pretty much defines California water. That uncertainty carries forward in forecasts, including water supply forecasts, planning, seasonal planning, and this challenge would hold for forecasting any unimpaired flows on a system and any requirements based on those forecasts. We all know that, and I know there's a reference to SWRCB forecasts, that within that we can have major swings within a month of meteorology, hydrology, or even a season. I'll note that, and I think this was mentioned, we expect that uncertainty to only grow in the future with more extreme climate events and trends, and just recognizing the crucial role that storage is going to play in that future in meeting multi-benefits. One of the factors driving the water supply uncertainty for project operations is related to Delta exports, both the timing and the volume of those exports. Any unimpaired flow effects to base Delta outflow. I'll mention the possibility of projects needing to backstop that outflow and the impacts on the project's ability or inability to export given an unimpaired flow regime. I would argue needs to be considered and analyzed in an unimpaired flow methodology for implementation. Molly touched on the carryover targets. This concept of carryover targets would present additional requirements on the operations of our reservoirs that may or may not make sense for endangered fish species and other multi-benefits of those rim reservoirs. I'm thinking flood control as mentioned, water supply, hydropower. And again, these effects would need to be considered and analyzed. I'll speak specifically to Shasta and Folsom. Carryover targets that differ from those analyzed and consulted on under ESA would require reconsultation. And I would argue that this holds for any of the local cooperative solutions that I think are identified in the POI. That changes the timing or magnitude or shapes of those tributary releases, or any changes to temperature management objectives and requirements. Appreciate the discussion on drought, the 2021 example. There is a mention of relief also in the base delta outflow during drought. And I think that there's mention of minimization of TUCP, temporary urgency change petitions and orders. I believe that is being teed up for a subsequent workshop. And I believe there is contemplation of subsequent dry and critical years, but a prolonged drought, and my mind goes to the 2020 to 2022 period, does not seem to be contemplated. And I question if that is if the POI is scalable to those kind of drought conditions that we know will be operating and experiencing in the future. Regarding adaptive implementation, so we currently operate our tributaries to specific flow requirements. I can speak specifically to the Central Valley Project. This is to the benefit of species and multi-benefits. Those can be prescribed under ESA flows, for example, or temperature targets, water right order requirements. And this creates a very complex regulatory operational framework for us to implement in. And one of the big themes I hope will come out that we would need to work through is how does managing to this unimpaired flow requirement, how do we manage to that overlapping requirement where we could be seeing even conflicting requirements with that regime of unimpaired flows. This is a reoccurring and critical theme that I think that should be highlighted during this discussion. And I'll just give an example that we are currently operating Shasta releases and Folsom releases, not into unimpaired flows, but to minimum releases to the protection of species. And I think there'll be an example presented specifically on the Sacramento and Shasta here by Thad and Lee later on that kind of highlights this. Finally, the concept of executive director review and approval raises some concerns. Namely that review process and the compatibility of that process and timing to really be able to operate the projects efficiently within this incredibly complex regulatory environment to the benefit of species. So just want to flag that issue. Next slide, please. Specifically on Delta operations, we currently operate the projects to Delta outflow and Delta requirements. This can happen through either adjusting project exports in the south of Delta, and it can also be managed through project reservoir releases. How an unimpaired flow approach would tie into these current outflow requirements and how it could change those in terms of what the tributary requirements are and how we would manage those in light of accretion depletions in kind of a real-time manner begs a lot of questions. The inflow-based outflow objective approach, I think, was discussed as well. And this, in our mind, could potentially require bypassing some of these Delta requirements. And so just an outstanding question on how we would manage that. And then this real-time operations is a challenge for us. When we look at Delta operations, we look at certain averages, and this idea of inflow data being readily available to help inform those real-time Delta operations, I think presents some really major operational challenges that we'd have to work through. Additional information or data that would be needed to help inform our Delta outflow requirements. I'm envisioning that this would have to be almost a real-time platform tool methodology on unimpaired flows. Noted up there, I think, are Freeport and Vernalis calculations, for example, that are not currently available. And envisioning what this data infrastructure would look like, I just want to flag that that's something that would need to be figured out. This would be a huge endeavor of QA, QC of a massive amount of data that we would need to be relying upon for implementation of this unimpaired approach. In that same vein, I'll note the methods needed to determine natural accretion depletions. And again, that's in the same vein of what kind of data and how much data and who is going to manage that massive amount of data to help really understand what's going on the accretions, depletions in the system. Finally, we put Port Chicago down here. There was mention of D1641. Again, we use the 8 River Index to help identify our requirements for EC at CHIPS in Port Chicago. There is mention of what that table 4 requirements look like. What's missing is the analysis of how those requirements are going to change with this additional outflow requirement. Next slide, please. Just some higher level operational challenges to make folks aware of this limit of real-time information, uncertainty with hydrology. I think as of right now, as we understand it, operating to that 7-day running average is simply not feasible. Looking at the conflicting operational goals and needs with an unimpaired flow operation, we'll note the in-stream flow requirements for ESA. On flood control specifically, Molly, thanks for the example of Oroville. I'll mention Shasta, where our flood control regime at Shasta is actually designed to hold back flood releases to allow tributary flood flows make its way down in the system prior to making those releases into Shasta. So again, just highlighting the flood control need of Shasta and how that would change or need to be looked at in an unimpaired flow paradigm. Fish spawning and stability flows, really worth mentioning the substantial investments that folks have made on the tribs in terms of habitat and spawning, and there's big plans for that to continue. Knowing what these additional flows would do to those projects needs to be considered. And finally, temperature management. We mentioned 90-5 FERC, ESA. We have, at least for the project, substantial temperature management plans and requirements, both through the board and ESA. Reading through the POI, it's very unclear how these new temperature management programs and plans would be incorporated with those. Looking at the compliance points downstream, again, recognizing we have multiple water users on the tributaries, how are we going to identify and operate not knowing or maybe imperfect information on that, and then the challenges in tracking and monitoring at the compliance locations. Again, as an operator, we would need a prescriptive way of what are we supposed to be operating to, and there's some questions on exactly what that would look like for, at least for the projects. Quick overview of some of the initial operationalization of unimpaired flows, reading through the POI. Thank you very much. I would like to pass it to Thad and Lee. They'll take a conceptual look at Shasta and the Sacramento River and also discuss some of the water and availability considerations as well.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I just want to make general comment that, some of the uncertainty issues, the data issues, those are all just existing in the system, not necessarily dependent on an unimpaired flow approach proposal, but are good points and are things that are going to have to be worked out. And on the issue of meeting a 7-day running average, here, in just like a hypothetical here, if the projects were looking to be operated toward an unimpaired flow approach, there's flexibility within how that can be implemented ultimately. I think the reality is that we do have a lot of uncertainty in the system, and sometimes a percentage of what's simply available is something that's easier to manage toward versus water year types that can flip through the water year, provide a lot of uncertainty, and ultimately are dependent on fixed amounts that may or may not make sense in a shifting hydrograph. And so all that to be said that, again, in a hypothetical where the projects were perhaps operating to unimpaired flow, it'd be really about figuring out that budget, not necessarily having it to hit a 7-day running average if, a solution were brought forward in that vein. But right now, I know folks are focused on trying to advocate for and implement the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements. And so, I appreciate all these points, and, it does lead me to thinking hypothetical as to how to make implementable an unimpaired flow approach, even if that's not necessarily where we go. And I appreciate the thoughts around it. And again, feeling that a lot of those complexities that you brought up are are kind of baked into the system that we have right now, and our challenges we'll have to overcome even with VA assets on the table. So just thank you for all those points up. It is very helpful. Thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, I just want to ask one question, and if you're going to talk about it in future slides, you can just say that. But just one of the many good, issues you brought up are was I think around the storage adjustments, and if our requirements differed from ESA, that it might trigger reconsultation. And I just want to make sure I understand that's if we were less protective of ESA, or because ESA is the floor here for us, right? We're reasonable protection. So we couldn't go below ESA. And so would it trigger, are you suggesting it would trigger reconsultation? Can you expand on that so I'm understanding the point around potential triggers of reconsultation for requirements?
I'm in operations, not in the Bay Delta office, but I can say that our current LTO process does not contemplate the effects to storage and temperature as proposed under the unimpaired flow paradigm.
Yeah, I think it would change the baseline of the operation. So you'd have to pretty much reevaluate how the project would get operated under some sort of an unimpaired flow approach, including Chair's comment about a block of water, and then say, how does that affect species? So I think you may end up in the same place, but I think you'd have to start over with kind of a new analysis, if you will.
Because you'd have to make sure it's at least as protective, even if it's
not. I don't think it's a protective of a species issue. It's how the effects of implementing unimpaired flow would change operations, and that change in operations would have a fundamental impact potentially on species. You don't know that yet, but you'd have to look at that. You still have to protect species, but it would change the operations for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. And, point taken, and here very aware, we have a lot of different processes out there, including FERC and ESA, and here Porter Cologne, and the, endeavor that we're under, I feel we're trying our best to kind of wrap our arms around all those so that there is consistency ultimately, and that we get ourselves out of kind of an emergency room approach to species recovery. And we have something that's, more comprehensive here all amongst us. And so that's definitely the goal. But again, appreciate the good points. I'll kick it over to folks. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Lee Bergfeld. I'm a principal at MBK Engineers, and I think we can advance the slide. One more, please. I think we're going to come back to that one later. But we want to talk about some of these additional challenges that we see, specifically about the compliance locations. We want to talk about the unavailability tool that was implemented during drought for curtailment, and talk about where we see additional work that's needed to align that tool and what was done during an emergency situation with something that would be done more frequently under the regulatory pathway. And we'll get into some of those details. We're going to talk about some of the uncertainties in the implementation, and then talk about some examples, specifically starting with Shasta and how we see this playing out. You can go to the next slide, please. So starting with the compliance locations, the program of implementation has table 5 in there, where there are 24 streams and tributaries to the Sacramento into the Delta. And it describes these initial points of compliance at the confluence of the tributary and the Sac River, the legal Delta. An area where we need some more work here is rivers like the Yuba and the Bear don't have a confluence with the Sacramento River, right? They flow to the Feather, and then the Feather flows to the Sacramento. And so at just face value, that would mean that there's one point of compliance for all of those watersheds as it reaches the Sacramento River. So we need more definition about some of this. Those compliance points, as it's stated in the POI, it's used to define the percent of the unimpaired flow. And you've already heard from DWR about that work that's needed to, come up with those estimates and those definitions at these specific compliance points. There's limited existing gauges near the confluence of a number of those streams and rivers within the Sacramento River watershed, or those 24 listed in Table 5. So on its surface, that sounds like it's a relatively simple problem to solve. You just go out and install a new gauge. But we know there's nothing really simple in California water, including installing new gauges. You can't accurately measure flow just anywhere along a stream. You need a certain situation to get an accurate measurement. When you do it near a confluence, there can be backwater effects. Obviously, we have challenges with permitting. We have to have access, and even once you get the gauge installed, it takes a while to develop an understanding, to know that you're getting an accurate measurement and that you have an understanding of the data that you're collecting. So it's a gauge issue. It's a data collection and a data understanding issue that we have as it relates to the compliance locations. Lastly, there's tributaries like Cache Creek that are frequently not hydraulically connected to the delta. So, establishing where a compliance location would be on a creek or system like that. And those are just a couple of examples, right? There's 24 there. I'm not knowledgeable about all those individual streams, but they probably all have their own unique challenges. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the current water unavailability methodology that was spoken about earlier, because the POI is clear in my mind that the intent is to meet the numeric objective through the process of water right curtailment. And so what the figure here on the screen shows is for those 24 streams that are listed in Table 5, there are 13 areas aggregated together and illustrated on the screen that represent all of those areas that for the streams in Table 5. And so we have a mismatch there, right, between 24 streams and 13 areas. And so using the Sacramento River example, just first, that's the large area at the top of the figure, that's labeled Sacramento Bend. So the location where we have an estimate of the unimpaired flow is the Sacramento River at Bend Bridge. Of course, upstream from there is everything upstream of Shasta, the Sacramento, the Pitt, and the McLeod. There's also multiple other streams that are listed in Table 5, Clear Creek, Cottonwood Creek, Cow Creek, and Bear Creek. So they're all lumped together there in a single area. So I think, as Ms. Riddle said, there's more work to be done here, and these are some of the areas. The key point is that we are going to have a more refined spatial representation of this. Also included in all of these areas are all of the small streams where the POI states that the numeric objective would not apply. Specifically on the west side of the Sacramento Valley floor, right? There's a lot of other small streams there where we say it won't apply, but that's not how the curtailments were done during the last drought sequence and using the water unavailability tool and the methodology. The last point on the accounting for the reservoirs, that's different than on some of the tributaries, and it gets really to the demand data set. So we know that's an area where, right, there's more work to be done. In the past, it was using historical reported demands or diversions to come up with estimates of what the demand would be to line up with those available supply numbers. But that can work okay for a direct diversion right. But for a reservoir that may be in priority and able to store, what they stored in the past year may not be very representative of what they might store over the next week or the next 2-week period. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, then talking a little bit again and continuing with the water unavailability tool. The figure on the right is a figure out of the division's 2023 report on this tool, and it illustrates some of these locations where there were data that were used and considered in the development of the tool. And I think Mr. Holland kind of mentioned this, right, where it was a process. In some areas there's data, in other areas there's not, and those areas like Cache, Puda, and the Bear River were done through extrapolation. of other nearby watersheds. I want to be clear that all of those dots that are symbols located on this figure are not areas where we have actual estimates of unimpaired flow on a near real-time basis that would be needed to implement the POI as Ms. White was kind of talking about. Those aren't. It's just all of the locations that were considered in the development of the tool and sometimes used for things like those extrapolations to areas where we don't have data. Another key part here is that previously those curtailments were done on a monthly basis. There were times where the curtailments were lifted on a smaller time step. And, I want to be clear about that, but the majority of the curtailments that occurred during the drought occurred on a monthly time step. And if we're working on a 7-day average, obviously we have a temporal refinement as well as a spatial refinement that's going to be needed. The other key part about this is that you'll see most of those symbols are located at kind of this boundary or close to this boundary between the upper watershed and the valley floor itself. And that's not the same as the locations for the compliance that we talked about a few slides ago. And so again, there's work here to be done to come up with both the spatial and the temporal representation of the supply and the demand to improve the unavailability tool in order to issue the curtailments and implement the POI as described. So with that, I want to transition over to Mr. Bettner.
Good morning, board. Thank you. My name is Thad Bettner. I'm here representing the Sac River Settlement Contractors, and just want to thank you for being on this panel and maybe just bringing maybe a little bit of a policy perspective, although I'm an engineer, so it's hard not to be a water geek on some of this as well. But first I just do want to step back and just say thank you, and thanks to Wade and thanks to staff for the earlier panels. As I was just listening, it was just, and Chair, I think you commented this about, we're not that different in terms of what we propose in the Healthy Rivers alternative and what we're discussing in your staff proposal. I mean, I look at the monitoring, approvals, reporting, engagement. It's all very similar. The programs are very similar, and it's unfortunate that we get that we seem like there's a divisiveness when there really isn't. So the more we can work together, the better. So really just want to thank you for the opportunity. Can you go to the next slide, please? And I think I wanted to really, again, provide more of a policy perspective. And one of the things that I regularly have to do is take a lot of this stuff, and people will say, well, what does it mean? Board members, managers, landowners, others will say, well, what does this mean? And I think as we're talking about this today, and it was kind of mentioned about the methodology and how we implement it, my answer is really, well, it depends. And that's a hard answer because one, it's not really an answer, and two, it's a good answer in that it leaves some openness about what does the road look like going forward. And I think that's really where we are today. So what I wanted to really cover was, at least as I went through the document, what are some of the uncertainties that we're looking at? And how does that help us move the process forward? I don't think there are questions we can answer today necessarily, but I think there are things that we need to keep thinking about as we move forward. Certainly, as I read the document, some of the big alternatives about how we implement it are big. We've talked about this. Is it really unimpaired flow? Is it 7 days? I think there's a lot of people actually who think it is. And being really distinctive about that, in that may be one way, but it's not the way it may ultimately get implemented, is really important, because I don't think that message is getting out. When you say unimpaired flow, people think, well, I'm going to see the river go up and down like it would naturally, and at 55%. Maybe that's what we're talking about, but also it isn't. And I think being really clear about that is really important. The second bullet talks about this flow shaping, or 55% block of water. And I think that is another option. I think Chair Escobar, maybe that's really what you're thinking about too. Hey, it's a water budget. It's 55% of a water budget, and we implement it in some manner that is yet to be determined. That's kind of what Healthy Rivers is. And again, maybe a 55% is a similar block, but we need to figure out how to implement that. And that's a big deal. And then there's a third option where I don't envy the executive director, but he gets to approve some other plan. And so really there's these different approaches that folks can come in and say, how do you intend to implement this? And again, it's good, but it gets back to, well, it depends. And I think it's going to take some time to figure that out. And I don't want us to jump forward too quick on that. I think a lack of clarity on implementation is also challenging. We've talked about the BIOP. I don't want to talk about that. 90-5 was mentioned. I think you all know the process we've involved with you on that. How does that relate to implementing 90-5? There's a requirement that the projects continue to meet this base fall flow. So regardless of what unimpaired flow requirement really is, you still got to meet it. And really that's to help meet the delta obligations. So I didn't want to put up a complicated math equation, but you really have this issue of, does 55% in tributaries equal 55% inflow? Does it equal 55% outflow? And does all that meet your delta objectives? It's unknown, but that's this implied math equation. I think that's very difficult. And then I mentioned the coordinated operations agreement. That's just one agreement where the projects are integrated or operating on an integrated manner. The projects in between reservoirs within the projects and the two projects together. I think one of the things that could happen if you take this too far is you disintegrate the projects and you have now independently operated systems where we lose a lot of efficiency in terms of water supply, benefit to species and other things like that, where you have, hey, I have to meet this point at this time and everybody else loses when you don't have the system optimized. So I think that's a real issue we need to work through going forward. Next slide, please. So I think the next bullet, I kind of talked about this presumption that unimpaired flows will meet water quality objectives. I think that's a big question. We're not sure about that. I think it is set up right now where the projects do have to backstop that. It may not be implied, but that's one read. Again, that's my read. I may be wrong, but it's a way you could read the document stating that. We're looking at accounting challenges like real-time depletions that was mentioned. I think the in-delta uses understand the approach that, land in there would have used some water, but I think there's also a timing issue that, a lot of water for irrigated ag is diverted earlier than what a normal ET pattern would be. And so that does create a challenge in demands and how the system would respond to that in terms of meeting water quality objectives. And then ultimately the last bullet is how will curtailments be issued and enforced. And so there's some different things in here. One note in there is on the San Joaquin River, there is a proportionate obligation, which is a little bit different than water rights. So are we talking about water right priorities really? Are we talking about proportionate responsibility? Where are these curtailments really met? Is it at the delta as an inflow point? Is it at somewhere else in the system? And then also we have a lot of reservoirs that are part of the water right priority system. And so if you're telling a reservoir to store and that reservoir has a junior water right, do they have to bypass that water or do they store it for cold water purposes? So again, just implementation challenges. I don't have answers and I'm telling you, you're right or wrong today. I think just as you read it, there's these questions that pop up and I think it's a good thing. We need to go through the process to answer those and work through them. And maybe there is an approach that folks are thinking about, staff is thinking about how to implement it. And that's kind of where we need to go next. Next slide, and I'll try and hurry up so I leave Willie some time. So this is real quick. We just, Lee and I, we went through and looked at a real reservoir operation for Shasta, how it would look in a real year. And so here's some of the deals. And this is all requirements or criteria that's in the POI or the staff report. Next slide. And so maybe just two quick takeaways here is what we tried to do would look at if you looked at unimpaired flow primarily during the fill season of November through April for Shasta Reservoir. The blue line would be where Shasta would have operated, kind of it's an historical range, if you will. And the red line would be where it would potentially operate, and this is 2016, where it operate with unimpaired flows. So what you see is, yeah, you come in a little bit higher in from the fall. You'd have to accomplish that through additional curtailments on water users, not diverting water. So Shasta would come in higher. And then you're releasing a lot of that water through the winter period to where you end up with less storage going into the spring, and that's the red line. And two things really show up is one, your effective storage in these reservoirs is going to shrink dramatically. Shasta is a 4.5 million acre foot reservoir. We're going to have a reservoir that maybe has 1 to 1.5 million acre feet of storage. That's it. So you're taking a lot of yield and you're losing that when you look at unimpaired flows. The other thing is from a cold water narrative standpoint is that we're storing cold water during this critical time period. Shasta is very unique in that Shasta is a rain-fed reservoir. It's not snowmelt, it's rain. So it does not produce the cold temperatures that a lot of other reservoirs do in the state. So every drop of cold water it can get, it desperately needs because it's filled with rainwater primarily. And what happens is if you do unimpaired flow, you are releasing temperature. You're releasing water, but I want you to think about you're releasing temperature. And so when you want a temperature asset going into the spring for cold water, you're not going to have that temperature asset like you'd have if we impose a straight 55%. So again, understand that could be a block of water concept, but again, just thinking about things that we need to be planning for as we move through the process. And with that, I'll stop and turn to Willie and wait for your questions. Thank you.
Well, Chair Esquivel, board members, I appreciate the opportunity to participate with you today. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency. I did appreciate Director or Board Member Firestone's comments early on that you want this to be constructive. And I think that educating you and communicating to you about all the work that we've been undertaking the past several years related to unimpaired flow and related to the plan update, I think that is constructive. I'm going to present to you a situation with kind of tease off what Thad just mentioned about reservoir operations and the cold water pool. And just bear in mind, this is intended to be constructive, and we do think that we have solutions, and we think one of the solutions we propose is in the HRL program. So let me get through it and then happy to answer questions. Yuba Water Agency operates New Bullards Bar Dam and Reservoir on the North Yuba River. It's a significant storage project at nearly 1 million acre feet of capacity. But unlike other major rim reservoirs, however, New Bullards Bar only regulates one of the 3 major tributaries on the Yuba River, approximately 50% of the total watershed runoff. It is not the barrier to anadromous fish passage in the lower Yuba River, and overall water availability in the Yuba watershed is limited due to out-of-basin exports by other projects high in the watershed. And my role on this panel is to describe the challenges posed to water temperature management by the regulatory approach detailed in the draft Bay Delta Plan updates, a 55% unimpaired flow requirement, and the associated carryover storage requirements included in Chapter 4 of that document. Next slide, please. So Yuba Water Agency has been evaluating the temperature management implications of an unimpaired flow scenario for years. And in response to a 2021 request from state board staff, we modeled water temperatures resulting from a 55% unimpaired flow scenario in our FERC relicensing process. The modeling results we submitted to FERC in 2022 demonstrated that a straightforward 55% unimpaired flow requirement would produce highly adverse temperatures for salmon in the lower Yuba River. Next slide, please. And we appreciate the acknowledgement of this as a real issue in the draft staff report and the draft POI. The 2023 draft staff report acknowledged temperature management concerns, but was unclear about how the problem would be addressed. However, the draft staff report did include modeling results, which maintain New Bullards Bar storage near flood pool at the end of September to support temperatures under the 55% scenario. This is an approach that is problematic for a variety of reasons, including flood management. And that would be the graph on the left. And with the release of the draft plan updates, temperature concerns are proposed to be addressed through fixed carryover storage requirements. Table on the right. This approach, however, cannot produce the desired outcome. In short, operating to 55% of unimpaired flow requires bypassing significant inflow that would otherwise be stored during wet months. But managing summer and fall temperatures for fish in the lower Yuba River requires building the cold water pool in storage during these wet months that can then be released as cold water in the summer and the fall. Next slide, please. It's important to understand that maintaining acceptable temperatures in the lower Yuba River throughout the summer and early fall requires both a cold water supply and sufficient flow. Cold water in our watershed comes from New Bullards Bar. The figure on the left shows how critical New Bullards Bar is to maintaining acceptable temperatures in the lower Yuba River. The only way to meet the proposed carryover storage requirement is to substantially reduce irrigation deliveries. Those irrigation deliveries, which are diverted after they have provided their benefit along the most valuable habitat on the river, keep the river cool in the summer months. Reducing these irrigation flows to meet the carryover storage requirements results in higher temperatures, not lower temperatures. The figure on the right shows that 55% unimpaired flow combined with the carryover storage requirement will result in higher river temperatures during those summer months. The draft plan would require bypassing unimpaired flows of cold water when they're available in the winter and spring, and then apply a carryover storage requirement to attempt to build a cold water pool later in the year when flow volumes are lower and water temperatures are higher. It simply doesn't work. We hope to continue our work to ensure that the Yuba River is managed as a balanced system, both season to season and across water years, with all elements working together to maximize benefits for fish. The statewide and regional benefits of our operations, including flood control, hydropower generation to support grid reliability, and water supply reliability, are also an important part of that balancing act. And if requirements are put in place that upset that balance, there's little we can do to mitigate the unintended but clearly foreseeable impacts. Thank you. And could we return to slide 9, please?
I'll just make a couple closing comments, knowing we're short on time here. I think we all acknowledge there's still definitely work to be done, data to be collected, and so forth. As we read the program of implementation, the unimpaired flow regulatory pathway at this point is just currently not feasible to operate to. We've acknowledged there's gaps and so forth. There's still uncertainties, regulatory uncertainties, unanswered questions, just practical roadblocks at this point. We have, as California water managers, we have to plan, operate, and prepare for current changing climate and future changing climate. And so it's critical to be able to balance our available water supply just to meet all the different demands on the system, whether it be urban, industrial, agriculture, environmental. With that being said, there's been there's so much work has gone into working through the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program. At this point, it's a well-defined, and there's been the dedication that has been thrown into this program over the past 3-5 years has been insurmountable. We sit here today acknowledging that if the board was to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program, we'd be able to immediately implement that program. And with that being said, I will open it up to my fellow panel members.
Yeah, anything folks want to make sure and add, by all means.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I mentioned that there are solutions. We've been working on a solution by using our reservoir to get the benefit that we can get out of that cold water pool and use that cold water pool for habitat and additional flow in both the lower Yuba River and into the Delta. We have that included in the HRL program, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. We'd be happy to work with staff to further explain it. We know that it's super complicated overall, the work that they're doing, but what I don't want to come across as is not solution oriented. Yuba Water Agency is solution oriented. We want to get the most out of our reservoir. I know my comments were critical, but I want to let you know that there are ways to maximize the benefits of reservoirs throughout the state to achieve what you're trying to achieve. But we need to work together to do that. We need to understand how reservoirs are operated. We need to understand how we currently try to maximize things like cold water pool and releases in summertime outside of the window that we're looking for additional contributions to the Delta outside of the January through June window. So there are impacts if we just focus on those months. We need to focus on the entire year. We need to get the most out of what we have. I'm happy to work with the board and staff on doing that, and I'm open to any dialogue about it. Thank you.
Hey, Chair, can I make one more comment? Sorry.
Of course.
I just wanted to maybe let you know our commitment to try and get all the parties in the watershed to participate in this. I know there's really two reasons that you want to do this. One is, regulatory backstop, but then two, what happens if parties aren't part of the Healthy Rivers group? And I just want to let you know we're committed to getting all the parties to be part of that, and we're working on that now. And I think the next panel, I think Friday's going to talk a little bit about that, but I do think it's important that you know that. I think, and kind of going back to this comment about it depends, when we go talk to non-covered parties right now, they want to know, well, why should I be doing this? And we tell them this is the better approach because the other one there's still a lot of certainty, like I mentioned earlier, and it depends. But I think just let you know that, our goal is to get everybody into the program, Healthy Rivers, so you're not having to worry about having a separate program to regulate them versus they're part of our process. So I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Mr. Whittlesey, to your point, we're all just trying to maximize the system we have with all the pressures that are there and to be honest about what's being kept in the system and what's not. And again, whether it's an unimpaired flow approach or the agreements, we're going to need the water rights priority system to be activated in order to make all of this work. And so, just appreciate, the points that have been made and, ultimately just a little just response when it comes to unimpaired flow approach and its impact on reservoirs and cold water pool. That's certainly something that we have definitely been hearing. It's why there's the cold water objective in the proposal to try to balance out what ultimately we know can be adverse impacts ultimately on cold water pool by simply, doing a 7-day average just on unimpaired flow. So, we are trying to make something workable across both proposals here into one system. I appreciate the comment about wanting to see more folks onto the voluntary agreement or the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes component so as to kind of minimize the amount of complexity within the system. But I think no matter which path we're taking, those complexities still exist. And so I think it's helpful to kind of parse out what are some of those challenges that are inherent within the system that we're all managing collectively and work on those in the spirit of needing to work through those, whichever pathway is taken. And then, those issues that are unto the unimpaired flow approach, that pathway and the challenges around it, trying to tease those apart because, the whole system can easily be conflated, as we well know. And I think it helps us refine what it is we're working toward. And importantly, the aspects of administering the water rights system in a way that you all will need for your agreements as well. And recognizing that and knowing that, those are some of the core issues that we really need to figure out. So as to Ms. White's point, your proposal be implementable is just as much, again, as an unimpaired flow approach may be. So all that to be said, thank you. I really appreciate
if you shift the impacts over to water supply, is there something about the Yuba that, results in this unintended consequence that you illustrated on the slide?
Yeah, it's not unique to just the Yuba. There's other rivers that have this scenario, but on the Yuba River watershed, there are diversions that are high in the watershed that take a significant volume out of the Yuba. That's not specifically what provides the benefit that we provide, but I want to characterize the Yuba and be accurate on how the inflows and outflows work. But the revised decision 1644, I mean, that's my encyclopedia for how to operate the Yuba. It's, that and the folks on the Sacramento are operating under 1641 and other regulatory requirements. Those requirements require minimum in-stream flows that were based on the need for salmon species in the lower Yuba River, based on the time of year that they need that flow for temperature as well. Our diversion for agricultural irrigation is at DeGear Dam, which is 11 miles downstream from Englebright Dam. So 11 miles of the 22 miles of the lower Yuba River benefits from our agricultural irrigation. That's the best habitat and the best spawning habitat in the lower Yuba River. So you have 11 miles of pristine, well, I call it pristine because it's got a significant gravels for spawning. It's been highly impacted by hydraulic mining. We're working to restore that. We've made significant progress on that, but our agriculture irrigation deliveries provide the flow for that 11 miles, then it's diverted at DeGear to our ag lands. That's a pristine area for salmon and steelhead species. If you reduce our ag deliveries, you're reducing that flow in that 11 miles and therefore increasing the temperature. So you're holding more water back in the reservoir. You're doing that. You're meeting that either the 600 or the 400 target that we saw earlier from staff's presentation, but you're compromising the ability for that flow that you would have released to provide habitat in the lower Yuba River. So that's, again, it's not unique. I mean, there's other river systems that have that where irrigation flows benefit the river, but in the Yuba, it's apparent.
Yeah, so I really appreciate that staff laid out some options here, as far as flexibility, and one of them being local cooperative solutions. So in your commitment to work with staff and, provide a response, I think that it'd be helpful to get some examples of where local cooperative solutions might be a good fit, to address these issues, or are there enough similarities in various systems such that you could provide some language that could go into the program of implementation in order to provide greater security for those of you that are raising these concerns.
Yeah, I'm committed to that. One thing I'd like to point out, and I don't want to be overly critical here, but the one reason I wanted to share the challenges with temperature on the Yuba is we hear about the concept of unimpaired flows, and unfortunately, our healthy rivers and landscapes gets compared to the benefits of unimpaired flows. But on the Yuba, in my scenario that I'm trying to compare against, the benefits of unimpaired flows that we see, even with some of the tweaks that could be done, the inherent tension that you have between a regulatory requirement that takes water from the springtime and releases it in that springtime and doesn't allow the cold water pool to build up. Anything that we're going to compare against that, you're kind of comparing against something that doesn't provide the benefit you're trying to achieve. So I want to be clear that that's an inherent tension between a regulatory requirement based on unimpaired flow and something else creative like a block of water that could be used as a percent of unimpaired flow, but using the reservoir itself to provide that outflow.
Well, understood. I think the goal here in my mind is in the event that the backstop needs to be used, we've got unimpaired flow. So how to improve it, how to provide the flexibility so that the public water agencies can see a way to make it work, providing comments on if it's just too open-ended on local cooperative solutions, then what's the criteria? What should we be looking at in order to make unimpaired work in the event of a backstop?
Really appreciate that, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Whittlesey. Other board members? Board Member Firestone?
I think that covered. I appreciate that was. I think Mr. Ventnor, you in your slide sort of flagged that there is, I think maybe somewhat of a disconnect between what I think people are worried about, and then I think what staff are trying to construct here, which is a workable solution. So I really appreciate the Vice Chair's comments. I think that back and forth covered most of mine. My questions, I guess I'm wondering if I just want to, the one fine point, I just want to make sure I'm fully grasping the issues here that were laid out in the examples. Like I'm thinking about slide 17, I think, is I just, to the point that there is just inherent tension here with these different goals and the way that our systems are structured at this point. Is the impact that is being I followed the Yuba example that you went back and forth on with Vice Chair, but I'm just trying to understand, is the storage impact different than the water supply impact? Like, we did a whole staff report and impact analysis to identify really significant water supply impacts and then potential temperature impacts and all sorts of impacts, right? And what everyone is trying to do with that is figure out how to mitigate those impacts, how to minimize bad impacts. And so I'm just trying to understand, is there something in this slide that is different than just, and you gave the example of Oroville too, that's different than just the water supply impacts that staff already have flagged as potential impacts, or is this sort of just helping to make that clear?
I think there's a lot in this slide because, right? Like,
yes.
We built reservoirs for a lot of different reasons that you're all aware of, like control, right? Water supply, hydropower. And what this slide's attempting to illustrate is that the operations through what's described in the program of implementation, that means we've got to keep the reservoir higher than we did historically. And it also implemented strictly as a percent of unimpaired shows that we can't fill the reservoir in the same way that we did in the past. And that means that the reservoir is just smaller. And that means there's going to be a variety of impacts to all of those reasons or all of those purposes of why we constructed that reservoir. It's going to manifest itself in the ability to build cold water, in water supply and hydropower, and probably many others, including meeting in the environmental requirements into the future if we can't operate that reservoir in the same way that we built it. And I'll say another really key point of this is that I think about, we already know that climate change is reducing the largest reservoir that we have in California, which is the snowpack. And the idea that then we would make decisions to make our existing surface storage facilities less effective by narrowing that range in which we operate them, it's going to only contribute to the challenges that I see with climate change in many ways, as opposed to trying to adapt to them. So I think there's a lot in the figure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe just to add, we kind of took another slide and started to dive in a little bit more, Member Firestone, and Lee and I were arguing about he read something different on how he'd implement it versus what I did, and all of a sudden we didn't want to confuse, because we have different opinions actually on what the POI says or what this document says about how you could ultimately impact it or operate it, and what those impacts would be and to whom and for what. And so I think there is kind of this, back to it depends how you read it and what direction you go. And again, it's good because it gives some ability for us to keep the conversations going, but we can't sit here today and say it impacts cold water this much, or fish this much, or water supply this much, because you have some different ways you could actually operate to this.
Right. And I think that goes to the point that the vice chair made, which is, and actually on your summary slide, 9, I guess. I think the point is this is really complex. There are really challenging trade-offs, and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, you all, as you've said, have put in a huge amount of time and resources to try to figure out how to make something work. That same time and resources hasn't gone into how to make a regulatory program and a unimpaired flow or functional flow type program work. It just hasn't, right? And so you're correct here that extensive time, dedicated resources, data, all of that would be needed to develop this. And yet we need to have that, right? And it doesn't need to necessarily be exactly, I think your slide, Mr. Bentner, on there's a lot of flexibility and options that were built into what is in the POI right now, and what's intended is to make something workable. And we need the engagement now to figure out how we can make something workable. And so maybe that's just reiterating what the vice chair and the chair have already said, but I'm really looking forward to that and appreciate that. I appreciate there's balancing here, and the balance isn't the same with a regulatory side as the healthy rivers and landscapes. That's the whole point of doing healthy rivers and landscapes. But we need to be able to have something that will work as a backstop if things aren't working out or don't ultimately work out, as I think everyone is hoping and intending. And this is the time to put in that. And I think also just really helpful on flagging a lot of the uncertainties and just data gaps, right, in our system. But I do just, I want to just echo the chair's comments on whether we're implementing, healthy rivers and landscapes, a regulatory backstop, any of this. We need to have a functioning water rights system, and a lot of these things are challenges for that we have to wrap our head around and get our systems in place for. So I just think it's time to really roll up our sleeves on some of these things that we, folks haven't had as much time to, because they've been really focused on healthy rivers and landscapes and how to, need to maintain that momentum. But these are these things that help make the whole system work. And so I hope we can do that going forward, and appreciate, this was a really helpful presentation for me.
Yeah, agreed, board member, and thank you for those points. And Mr. Bentner, your points, I think on one end you have a 7-day running average, and you have that there because we need to be able to have something to analyze and propose and have out there and have discussion around. But to the vice chair's point, and what you hear from multiple of us here, is there's an incredible amount of flexibility that we're trying to show and build in. And that's why there's the local cooperative solution to say there's a lot of ways to slice and dice. But again, what we're all collectively trying to say is, how do we be real about what's in the system, what's for outflow? How do we increase that amount in a way that balances these competing needs on the system? And that's very complex. And I think that that's where we are wanting to have a discussion and dialogue as to, again, as the vice chair and we have said, what is an implementable backstop, and ultimately see the system, for the complexities it is, and not, try to flatten it too much, because, it creates all these unintended consequences when we do. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Ditto, echo, and support most of the comments that were already made, so I won't repeat those. But I do want to say that as we're getting into this space of being much more tangible about these balancing trade-offs, I realize there's a lot of uncertainties. I think a lot of them are flagged about how we operate the reservoirs, about real-time or quasi-real-time water budget, accounting, and all those questions that come with it. But I think it is real and tangible that there are water supply impacts as well. I think that's been flagged. So I just don't want to lose sight of that. We're trying to figure out that balance of, well, let's say 55% unimpaired flow is one way to approach what has been perceived as the imbalance in environmental flows and delta outflow. But with that comes trade-offs to water supply. And I know a lot of work was done and modeling was done over a year ago in the staff report, but that is over a year ago. And a lot of work has been done in the meantime here, including with this program of implementation and all its different options, which includes relief provisions. It includes cold water pool targets and all these things. And for me, I'm a little bit losing sight of what those water supply impacts are at this point. And I don't mean to overcomplicate it, what's already very complicated, but I do mean to say that it's important that we reconcile all this at some point and have an accounting and some clarity, where there's flexibility in the system, where there's not, and what those impacts are. And I don't expect for us to have all those numbers here right at this moment today, but I do think we need to put those numbers out there at some point, so we're understanding and we're all able to have a conversation about this. Because for me, I'm really honing in on, on the one hand, it's implementability of this. How can it actually work? Whether it's a 7-day running average or some other approach, but also, is the water budget the right budget to be using? And that would include 55% unimpaired flow or some other percent. for water budget setting purposes. And it also includes carryover targets at reservoirs and how those are set, and being informed by that. And it all translates to, what gives if you change those numbers? It's, water supply, it's diversion capability. And it's not just the amounts of water, but it's the when that water can be taken and put to beneficial use. So just wanted to get that out there that, earlier I said, hey, let's talk about policy, but at the same time, the numbers matter and the impacts matter. And we'll have to get back to that.
Definitely do, and appreciate all those points, Board Member Firestone.
One more broad question for just because this is the only panel right from and on today. So one of the topics that staff highlighted in their proposal or not in the presentation was around monitoring, and I just wanted to find out: are you all so in the POI? There's broad monitoring and science and biological objectives. Are you going to be covering some of those sort of comments or thoughts on that in Friday's panels? Or if not, I guess the question is there anything that you would be helpful to flag on those? Because there's so many things to talk through. You have limited time, but that would be helpful for us to hear around the monitoring program.
This is Thad. I have one, and it's around the biological goals and objectives, which we think is extremely important. I guess kind of a question / concern is, going up into the tributaries and setting a 55% target when you have no science goals, objectives to know what that really does for fish. I mean, I think you have a lot of data that says 55% inflow to the delta for delta species, but I don't think you have that same level of data to push that same percent, if you will, up into the tributaries. That's going to provide that benefit for fish without having goals and objectives. So this idea of you're setting a criteria now and developing goals and objectives later, I think is a little bit challenging. I understand your process, but we definitely want to engage with you on that. I know when we did a lot of that work actually before a lot of the Healthy Rivers work and some of our tributaries, and would love to share that with you.
Yeah, and just given that we've just have done biological goals and objectives for Lower San Joaquin River, is there a different approach or something to flag? I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot now, so you don't have to answer, but that it would be particularly different here that you'd want to already flag. Again, you don't need to right now, but if there's something you want to mention.
Yeah, I think, we're probably not best prepared to speak to that right now. I think it's absolutely heavy on our minds, and I think it's worthy of further conversation. I think we'll talk a little more on Friday on that. And if we weren't planning to, we can make sure to hit that if that's okay. And absolutely, we'll get, you some further written comments on those topics. So hopefully that helps. I just want to say, if we're done, just thank you for the time today. And I just want to, Board Member Firestone, and particularly to you, your comments on rolling up the sleeves on all these various approaches. I mean, just reiterate what I said at the start of this. We're truly here to do that. I'd like to, what we probably outlined today is maybe where we can start on some of that. And to look for, advice, direction from you and your staffs to help us there. But that is truly what we're trying to do. So emphasis on that dual pathway.
I appreciate that, and I know the work and conversation that's gone on even up until this point. And to Ms. White's point, I know there's been a lot of work on the Healthy Rivers and Landscape side. I appreciate our folks being able to help contribute technical understandings there. Now is the time to kind of reciprocate back onto this side. I feel when it comes ultimately the unimperative flow approach and the backstop and making something workable. And that includes the monitoring and assessment and science components of this. I know you all put a lot of thought into the monitoring and science enterprise as it pertains to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. And I think now is our opportunity to see the forest for the trees and make sure that future boards, future discussions that happen around all of this are better informed and we're in a better place to understand it all. So I appreciate all that. Mr. Whittlesey.
I was going to make another comment about monitoring, but we're good. We have plenty of opportunity to talk to you all. Thank you. This has been super helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, I appreciate the board members' questions. Appreciate your all time here. This was a good panel. This is a good, entree into what will be a lot more intensive conversations. And so appreciate the spirit and collaborative nature of what we have before us. So just thank you all. Really appreciate this panel. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick break. We're at 11:45. I'm kind of going back and forth whether we should just give ourselves a lunch and then come back on the second panel and then have our commenters. At this point, I'll try to just work us through and apologize to folks and try to get us out at a decent enough time so that folks aren't having too late of a lunch. But let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 11:55 and we'll go to panel number 2. All right, everyone, we're at 11:57. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back. This next panel we have will consist of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, Friends of the River, and San Francisco Baykeeper. Folks can wind down their conversations, please, as we get back. Appreciate it. I'll hand things over to Gary, Chris Schutz.
Hi, good morning. Chris Schutz.
Actually, you got it right.
I guess I will hand it over to Gary Bobker.
Very good. Mr. Bobker will take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Good to see you, Mr. Bobker.
Yeah. Chris performed the Ed McMahon function, I guess. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Gary Bobker, Program Director at Friends of the River. Our panel is going to discuss issues regarding the draft POI for the regulatory pathway, but I'm going to start with some framing comments sort of about the basic choice that you're faced with. And then Eric Busher of Baykeeper will talk about the ways in which the POI needs to be clarified or changed in order to comply with the requirements of Port Cologne and the Clean Water Act and ensure that fish and wildlife beneficial uses are indeed being protected. Chris is going to follow up. Chris Schutz from California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance is going to follow up with some comments on the ways that the draft POI should be clarified or changed in order to ensure more efficient implementation of the water quality control plan objectives, issues regarding water rights priority, curtailments, et cetera. And then the three of us may have some final comments at the end. So let me start by saying that with regard to the comments that you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Firestone made at the very beginning of the meeting, where about how this is not an either or. I actually think that's wrong. I think that the board actually has a clear pathway. It's the regulatory pathway, and the VAs either nest within that or they don't. Let's go to the next slide. So the board, there's a vast record before the board established by your own staff, by Fish and Wildlife agencies, by my organization and my colleague organizations about what it's going to take to protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses. And you've identified a range for flows with the ability to manage adaptively. And the board has always encouraged agreements to implement the water quality control plan. I personally, and a number of the organizations I work with, were involved for many years in conversations about ways to come to agreements to help implement the water quality control plan. But the basic foundation of any successful agreement is that it's got to achieve the plan objectives and it's got to fit within the four corners of the plan. And the regulatory pathway that's been proposed really allows for that. There's a great deal, there's a large range for adjustment of the flow requirements. There's the ability to adaptively manage, to respond to both issues about storage impacts and new information about achieving biological goals and objectives. And it also provides incentive to parties to do things like pursue and implement habitat and other projects which might help meet plan objectives and which might then drive adjustment of those obligations within the range. But what you're being presented with is a pathway. The alternative to the regulatory pathway fails utterly in either falling within the range, the four corners of the water quality control plan, of any water quality control plan objectives that would actually comply with the law. And in fact, the alternative pathway would not just be non-compliant, it would be an utter failure to actually do anything to move the needle toward protecting fish and wildlife beneficial uses and meeting your objectives. So you're really kind of being placed, you're creating this false relationship between these two pathways when really you only have one pathway. That is a pathway where you have to comply with the law, you have to achieve the objectives, and you can incentivize agreements to try and do that, but they can't be a different choice that fails to achieve the objectives and fails to protect the beneficial uses. That's what's before you now. So that's why I say that really the regulatory pathway is the only viable program of implementation option that you have. And you can spend a lot of time trying to pursue an alternative or complementary VA pathway and twist yourself in knots trying to make it work, the complexity of doing these dual pathways, and face challenges to the violation of the legal requirements. It seems like an enormous waste of your effort and your staff's effort when it is so clear that that the VA pathway is going to fail. And I'm going to continue to call it the VAs, by the way, because you know, no more than I would call war, peace, slavery, freedom, or ignorant strength will I call the VAs healthy rivers and landscapes. It simply isn't true. So I've alluded to the fact that I'm confident there's a very extensive record that the board has before it, that the board has been one of the main contributors to, the work that your staff has done to establish what the fish and wildlife beneficial use needs are, and that the record of fish and wildlife agencies in terms of the evidence they've presented, even if they haven't acted on it, and the work that many organizations, including mine, have done. So I think you've got more than enough to conclude that that the regulatory pathway is the only really viable option to go. But you know, even if you don't believe your own staff, even if you don't believe us, then you can listen to you know, let's look at what the Bureau of Reclamation had to say. And I'm going to give you sort of a little calming attraction of this because I think it's important. We're going to be talking about this both in our written comments and in some future panel presentations, but I want to sort of just give you an idea. Let's go to the next slide. So, as I'm sure you know, the Bureau of Reclamation went through the process of looking at the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, pursuant to adopting new permit and you know, and finalizing the environmental impact report. We took a look at what their findings were and compiled this table, which was put together by Baykeeper and Friends of the River. This is not an interpretive table. These are the actual results from the DEIR, the Draft Environmental Impact Report. So let's go to the next. So what I wanted to point out here was that all of the alternatives they looked at, the no action alternative, variations of BIOPS with or without VAs, with or without TUCPs, and then one alternative that is actually sort of similar to the State Water Board. These are all surrogates. They don't exactly meet the VAs. They don't exactly meet the State Water Board, but they're sort of surrogates for the VAs or variations without the VAs or variations, a variation on the State Water Board's proposed regulatory approach, which was the percent of unimpaired flow. This the alternative that they specifically looked at, which was at the request of our organizations, was designed to achieve 65%, which is the top of your proposed range, but is subject to meeting a number of things like ensuring that public health and safety requirements are always being met, meeting reservoir targets to ensure cold water storage, et cetera. Let's go to the next one. Nope, you skipped one. There we go. So it's the same one, but what I want to point out is that the regulatory approach involving unimpaired flow in a way that had higher end of the range, but basically within your range, subject to the kinds of constraints that we're all talking about in terms of preserving cold water pool, et cetera. With one exception, it is the only approach that actually improves conditions for fish and wildlife. And this is totally consistent with findings that the board staff, that agencies have made time and time again. But I want to rub your nose in this because you have to realize that if you do not follow your regulatory pathway, you are going down a path which ensures that we will see current conditions maintained or degraded. And that simply isn't acceptable. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I urge you to focus the time you have on the regulatory pathway. There is no evidence that the VA pathway is going to achieve the plan objectives. There is no reason to pursue a path where you have one pathway that complies with the law and another one that doesn't. You have more than enough information in order to make a decision in 2025 to implement a regulatory pathway as your only pathway and to do it in such a way that encourages other parties to implement projects and programs that might complement the requirements you place on them and which might help adjust those obligations if indeed those projects are helpful. That's a rational approach. That's an approach that's compliant with the law. It would be a remarkable tragedy if 15 years after the board initiated the process of updating the water quality control plan standards, if we wind up with something that maintains the status quo or even degrades it. I'm gonna stop there and hand it over to Eric, who's going to focus on what it would take to be compliant, what further actions it would take to be compliant with, for the POI to be compliant with the legal requirements. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bobker.
Thank you, Gary. Good afternoon now, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Eric Busher. I am the managing attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper. I'm going to try to make sure I respond to the kind of specific requests from staff that we've heard today and that are identified in the POI. I appreciate the kind of directness of staff flagging those issues where there is still a need for and a value to additional information. That makes it a lot easier for us to make sure that we are doing our best to be helpful in this process. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate staff's time and presentation today and their willingness to answer questions about this draft POI as we work through the workshops and the comment period and move this process forward. I want to just start, I think, in basically the same place that Ms. Riddle started this morning, which is that a legally compliant Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan under Porter Cologne and the Clean Water Act must designate beneficial uses, must identify water quality objectives that reasonably protect those uses, and must include a program of implementation that describes the actions that will achieve the water quality objectives included in the plan. And, you know, I think making that regulatory pathway work and effective and efficient requires that each step of that process be done comprehensively in a way that's based on evidence and science, and that ensures that the water quality objectives are achieved and that those objectives in fact protect beneficial uses. Next slide, please. So I want to start with the beneficial uses here. And typically, and I think today is consistent when we're thinking about this update, we hear a lot about fish and wildlife beneficial uses, right? Things like migration or rare or cold. But those are not the only beneficial uses the board is considering. Those are not the only beneficial uses that are going to be impacted by the updates to this plan as it relates to fish and wildlife. And those are not the only beneficial uses that the board has raised or asked questions about in this document, in the program of implementation, and the staff report. We think it's necessary and important that the tribal beneficial uses the board is considering designating, and then beneficial uses related to commercial, recreational, and subsistence fishing also be considered and be reasonably protected. Next slide, please. The second step in that process is to identify the water quality objectives. As we have those here, the board has identified a series of objectives. Right? We have the narrative objectives, including related to viability and temperature. Those are different for the regulatory pathway and the VA pathway. We have the salmon doubling objective, again, different in the regulatory pathway and the VA pathway. And the numeric flow objective, the percentage of unimpaired flow, which is only the regulatory pathway. Next slide, please. And it's worth noting that those various objectives, as between the VA and regulatory pathway, are not the same and are often potentially inconsistent. So when we look at the program of implementation and the draft, first, and I think this is one of the points Mr. Bobker was getting at, it is impossible to draft a POI that will achieve different, unequal, and inconsistent objectives. And so if we have different narrative objectives for viability or cold water storage or salmon doubling, you cannot write a POI that will achieve both of those different things. There are a host of exceptions within the draft POI. Those exceptions often simply eliminate the mandate to achieve the objective under certain circumstances, and the program of implementation cannot change the water quality objectives that the board has selected and be consistent with the law. Again, as Gary indicated, right, the voluntary agreements are wholly inadequate. The adaptive implementation that is described in the plan, again, fails to ensure that the objectives are actually achieved or actually met. And as you'll hear from others later in this workshop process, the proposed designation of tribal uses is unnecessarily limited and narrow. And again, going back to ultimately protecting those beneficial uses, we don't think there's any indication or any analysis as to why the objectives designed for fish and wildlife protection will actually protect those other beneficial uses, the tribal uses or the fisheries. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit more specifically about some of the gaps that we've identified and concerns that we have at this stage about the draft program of implementation on the regulatory side. First, I want to highlight that there's a difference between implementing an objective and actually achieving it. The law requires the latter. Oftentimes, the draft POI focuses on the former. We need to be describing and ensuring that there are actions in the POI that will achieve the objectives, not just that we will attempt to implement them. Oftentimes, the program of implementation indicates that it will stabilize or enhance fish populations. Again, this is not the legal requirement. Right? The legal standard is to reasonably protect beneficial uses. I think that's a standard related to fish and wildlife populations that there is no dispute at this stage is not being met. And stabilizing current fish populations will not achieve any water quality objective that will reasonably protect beneficial uses. And it is crucial for the board to consider and understand that there is no evidence that stable status quo populations would be viable. And the board, through this process, has, I think, tried to find the bare minimum necessary that maybe would protect viable populations, but that's like trying to balance the risk of extinction on a knife's edge. And it is crucial that as we go through this process, especially given the uncertainty that we heard expressed from a host of people so far today, that there is a buffer and we are not trying to just balance fish populations on the knife's edge of extinction. I will also flag here that deferring meeting the objectives is also inconsistent with achieving them, and especially when that deferral happens for far, 2 decades, 2+ decades into the future, or for far longer than the voluntary agreements would exist. Next slide, please. The program of implementation, and again, the regulatory side of this, does not, in our view, identify specific actions that would achieve the salmon doubling objective, regardless of whether that is the regulatory version of that objective or the VA version of that objective. With respect to the numeric objectives, and you'll hear more about this from others, I think, on Friday, but there are a host of issues if both VAs and regulatory pathways are adopted that will prevent meeting the water quality objectives that are required and drafted so far in the program of implementation and the plan. One issue there is curtailments. I think another issue that was a little bit easier for me to grasp this morning was the discussion that, for the inflow to outflow delta objective, that will be, if the VAs are adopted, the sum of the VA required flows and the sum of the non-VA flows to meet 55% of their portion. But if you add up a portion of 55% and the VA flows, you will not get 55% of delta outflow. And so the program of implementation will guarantee that that objective is not achieved if it is implemented with VA flows that are inadequate to meet that objective and ultimately inadequate to protect fish and wildlife. The last 2 points I'll make on this slide. One, the flow shaping and limits and the description of how that can occur in the program of implementation, in our view, is substantially less detailed and less exacting than it was previously in phase 1, and that there need to be actual limitations and constraints, right, daily, weekly, monthly, to avoid outcomes from that flow shaping that would be inconsistent with achieving, right, the narrative or other water quality objectives. Next slide, please. I want to touch briefly on the exceptions that are included in the draft program of implementation. The program of implementation, we think, includes some pretty blatant exceptions that would be harmful to fish and wildlife and that would ultimately prevent achieving the water quality standard, water quality objectives that the board ultimately sets. Again, right, the VAs are the primary driver here with respect to curtailments and a couple other things. But there are also, right, as came up this morning, the flood capacity unimpaired flow reduction questions. As I read that today, that proposes to change the water quality objective to percentages of unimpaired flow even below the existing proposed range. And that does not achieve the objective, right? It changes it. We are concerned, we have been for several years raising concerns about continuing and increasingly common use of temporary urgency change petitions and orders to waive water quality objectives or water quality standards. We think that as drafted in the POI, the process for those exceptions applying in the future is probably broader than the status quo. There need to be specific limits and definitions for what constitutes water for health and human safety standards and when objectives, if at all, can be appropriately waived. We think that there's a much broader opportunity to waive those requirements going forward as the language is currently drafted. And with respect to the local cooperative solutions, I appreciate the effort and I think the approach makes sense in some ways, but those solutions have to meet the requirements of a POI as well, which means they have to actually achieve the objective, not provide comparable protection to some objective that is not being achieved in order to be compliant with the law. Next slide, please. I want to touch on a couple of the specific questions as well as I go through here. The staff has asked whether the range of unimpaired flows in the regulatory pathway should be expanded from 45 to 65 all the way out to 35 to 75. We think that is both unnecessary and unwise. There is a huge range within that 35 to 75% that is simply unprotective of fish and wildlife beneficial uses, would not meet the objectives and would not protect those uses. We also think that like the huge difference in the impacts of even 40% versus 65 or 70% of unimpaired flow means that that objective, it's really hard to write a program of implementation that would achieve an objective that protects fish and wildlife beneficial uses if that objective sometimes does and sometimes does not. The other note here is, as drafted, there is a huge mismatch in the information, evidence, and decision-making required to increase unimpaired flow requirement from 55% within the adaptive range as compared to decreasing from 55% within the adaptive range. And as we detailed extensively in our comments on the draft staff report, 55% is inadequate to reasonably protect beneficial uses. There was a long discussion this morning, and I appreciate this, on carryover storage. I want to start here with saying carryover storage requirements should be in the program of implementation. We appreciate staff's inclusion of those. They were not in the phase 1 program of implementation. We think this represents an improvement in that process, but those requirements need to be based on the best available science and need to ensure that they achieve the narrative and numeric, or the narrative and temperature objectives that are detailed in the plan. And we appreciate staff's willingness to work with us to better understand how those were identified and the clarification from the presentation this morning. The same concerns with the allowable flood storage adjustments as drafted, those would not achieve the objectives in the program of implementation. Next slide, please. And I apologize before I talk about this. The last thing I'll say about the carryover storage requirements and maybe the temperature objective more broadly, that has to apply if VAs are adopted. Those requirements have to apply to the VA parties as well. Like as drafted, those are limited to the regulatory pathway. And if that is the case, you're back with the same mismatch that I started with at the beginning, where it is simply impossible to achieve the objectives in the regulatory pathway if the VA reservoirs or parties that participate, VA parties that have reservoir storage space, are exempted from those carryover storage requirements that are necessary to achieve the temperature objectives in the plan. The last slide I have here with respect to the another of these questions that staff has raised. This slide, box 4 from the staff report, or I'm sorry, from the draft updated document, applies to the VA parties as it's written, or applied in the VA context as it's written. But the program of implementation should include provisions for future water rights permits to ensure the protection of all flows required to achieve the plan's objectives, not just if the voluntary agreements are adopted. And we are continuing to work through these two options here in thinking about the best way to do that. We think that there is some benefit to each of the different options presented here, but that option needs to be included, or that requirement needs to be included in the regulatory pathway as well. I will close with 2 other points. Number 1, there's been a lot of discussion of trade-offs, especially between unimpaired flow and temperature. And while that tension is real, and we acknowledge that it can and does exist, the staff report and most of the other analysis, including from the Bureau of Reclamation, indicates that that tension generally only occurs at flows substantially above 55% of unimpaired flow. And I'll let the scientists and speak more to that later in this process. But that I want to flag that. And then the last point I'll make here, ultimately the board has to, I think as Board Member Firestone and others have indicated, right, engage in some balancing of all of these beneficial uses, fish and wildlife, fisheries, right, municipal, commercial, agricultural, et cetera. That balancing has to be the same whether or not we're talking about the VAs or the regulatory pathway. The board cannot give its obligation to balance and reasonably protect all of those uses and contract it out to other parties. The board must ensure, and the board cannot say that the balance is different for some water users than it is for others, right? That balancing has to be consistent in order to comply with the law. And we think given the wild imbalance and lack of protection of beneficial uses that exists now, demands that the board adopt the regulatory pathway, reject the voluntary agreement pathway, and then improve upon the program of implementation to ensure that it will actually achieve objectives that will actually protect fish and wildlife, fisheries, and tribal beneficial uses. I think with that, unless anybody has questions for me, I'll turn it over to Mr. Schutz. And again, I thank the board for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schutz.
Good afternoon. Could we have the presentation, please? Good morning. The next slide, please. A few caveats before I start. I've had 3 weeks to review the technical part of this, and it's very challenging, and that's not very much time. And as you all probably know, there's a few other things going on at the Water Board, a number of which I've, for better or worse, have been engaged in. So I couldn't do as complete a review as some of the things you heard this morning, or as that I would have liked to. So what I'm saying is initial. One of the things that I found challenging here was that I made a number of recommendations, or CSPA did, in comments on the draft staff report. And they aren't answered either implicitly or explicitly about the planning part of how you may implement a percent of unimpaired flow. And absent those, it's kind of hard to divine whether or not those were rejected, or whether you just didn't get there, or where we stand. And so if I'm redundant here somewhat, it's because I haven't heard a response. Basically, what I want to do today is to talk about how some of the planning principles, and I think Ms. Riddle differentiated that. She said this morning we're at a planning stage, not at the implementation stage. Sort of how do you start to shape a program of implementation for the regulatory pathway? I'm not going to deal with the voluntary agreement pathway. I'm not going to deal with the intersection between the regulatory and the voluntary pathways. I consider that part of the voluntary pathway. And it has its own set of challenges that just confound looking at the regulatory pathway. And I think the first thing you need to do before that starts is get the regulatory pathway on a solid foundation. And I believe, as Ms. Firestone said earlier, we're not there yet. And honestly, I'd hoped to see a little more in the program of implementation. We have a plan to make a plan. I understand that it's hard. I respect the fact that staff has been working very hard on this. I support that, and I'm looking forward to seeing it as it evolves further. Next slide, please. So this slide and the couple that follow it kind of outline what I see as the basic premise of how staff proposes to meet the delta inflow requirements for a percent of unimpaired and the contribution of each tributary, to that inflow. And part of it is it's based on priority, and also the idea that water that's released to meet the percent of unimpaired flow is not available to other diverters to just take downstream. It's not a windfall for them. It has a different purpose. Next slide, please. So there's the construct seems to be a curtailment protocol that goes through individual or maybe groups, but it sounds like individual water rights, and announces when they're to be curtailed, and when water is available and when water is not available for diversion in the context of the meeting the delta inflow objective and the inflow objectives and the flow objectives at individual compliance points. And those compliance points, it's important to have them, of course, on each tributary. You all did that with the San Joaquin flow objectives, lower San Joaquin River flow objectives, and made the appropriate conclusion that even though the Stanislaus diverters are somewhat junior, as a general rule, they can't absorb all of the responsibility for meeting the Vernalis flow requirements and achieve what you need to achieve in terms of protecting public trust resources, because that won't do anything for the fish in this case, in the Tuolumne and the Merced. And I think what you have here starts to address the same kind of issue, and it's important to remember that as we're going forward and talking about where the compliance locations need to be. In the draft staff report, you also had compliance locations upstream of each rim dam, and that's been modified to locations upstream of the rim dams on the Feather, Yuba, American, and McCalney. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit in the future as we go along here. Then the next slide. So, before turning to comments, I do want to pause and say a couple of things. I have some concerns about the framework that the draft POI proposes for relying pretty much exclusively on the priority system for curtailment of diversions to meet the delta inflow objectives. I do, however, strongly agree that a coherent methodology for a solely regulatory pathway is both practicable and essential. The board needs to support staff in achieving that and getting a relatively complete methodology. And that has to happen before a decision comes down about what pathway you all are going to pursue. You can't have a partially constructed pathway sort of competing against a fleshed out, or at least more detailed, voluntary pathway and make an appropriate decision. Some have suggested that it's too hard. I don't agree. I do agree it's hard, but I think it's doable. And part of staff's greatest challenge here is to some extent an advantage, because it doesn't seem like, and I would be willing to be corrected and would like to be wrong on this, but I do not believe that the water user community is going to help you develop a straight regulatory pathway here. I'd love to see Mr. Bergfeld devote all his time and attention to this, and some of his colleagues. I've worked with them. They're really smart people. But that doesn't seem to be the mission that they're on, or the way that they think about this as an appropriate thing to do. And I'd say, and it's not just Mr. Bergfield, it's the other folks who I haven't worked with. I respect them a lot and understand that they have a very good understanding of the system and how it's operated. But it's likely that staff is going to have to largely go it alone, perhaps with some back and forth with the operators, in order to develop the regulatory pathway. So this is what I said before, and it's a little different than the proposal that staff has put forward. I do believe that it captures many of the same things, but in a little different way. And one is that each watershed requires a water budget, and that might not be the same for every watershed, both because they don't necessarily have the same amount to give, and also because, as we'll see later, some of them have done a better job of managing their water than others. So can we go to the next slide, please? And I think I've already said this. The board needs to develop a complete program of implementation for the regulatory pathway. It's really important. Throwing up your hands when you haven't fully got it there is not an acceptable outcome. And what it does is it creates fear. And then all of the, and what uncertainty actually creates more fear in many cases than knowing what you're facing. And you see a lot of upstream diverters in particular looking at these different things and saying, well, why am I getting roped into this? And what's going to happen here? And unless you have a good answer, you've created absolutely zero support for what staff is doing. Next slide, please. So I said here, priority is the program of implementation's key organizing principle, and it fails. Part of the, I'm going to beg lack of time for that last comment that it fails. I think it's better stated that it must be considered, but it can't be the only criterion that you use in order to develop assignment of responsibility. There have to be other considerations, and I think there's precedent for that. Next slide, please. So the draft program implementation already recognizes the greater responsibility of rim dam owners, because they're being required to manage for temperature and storage. And as far as I can tell, the other upstream reservoirs are not. Part of my argument here is that to fulfill your public trust and reasonable use responsibilities, regulating the rim dams is perhaps enough. At least the system upstream needs to be treated differently. And part of that is because the rim dams have more impacts. Part of it is because they control more water. And as someone pointed out earlier this morning, it may have been Mr. Bednar, I'm not sure. The upstream diverters often have this mishmash of water rights that are junior and senior. And if you curtail them in order of priority, just curtailing the junior diversions makes their whole system unworkable. They're no longer able to plan and store water for the needs that they have upstream. A lot of it is M&I. And you've created a problem where the impact is to the upstream diverters is actually greater than the impact is on the rim dams. And I said it's too complex. I would say it's complex, or it's more complex. You add a level of complexity that may make your program of implementation really hard to implement, man. And one way of thinking about simplifying it and making it more implementable is regulating the rim dam operators or at least regulating the upstream diverters differently. Next slide, please. And as a caveat, I'll say regarding that last point, I believe there are reasonable use in public trust legal explanations for that. I have not developed them to present to you today. That's not something I can do. I'm looking, and we've done that somewhat before, and I think we'll continue to do that. But I'm looking at it from a, how are you going to implement this, and can you do it in a practical way perspective? And then let's think about what the legal justification is going to be. And I believe that public trust and reasonable use are where you're going to find those justifications. So here are some of the things that the draft POI talks about in terms of temperature below rim dams, a long-term temperature management strategy. Either, there's two options: meet the carryover storage level, or some alternate, which may be approved down the road, and that's perhaps appropriate. Next slide, please. And I actually think it's appropriate to look at each watershed and address the temperature requirements based on the watershed, the hydrology, the storage, and all those things in the watersheds. I'm a little concerned about submitting temperature management plans. We've got one of them, and just two, really, because we have the Lower American too. And dealing with those is a bear. And going through 9 proceedings each year to deal with temperature management may not be the most effective way to achieve basically what you want to achieve. A different way of doing it would be setting requirements that effectively achieve those things most of the time, and then doing monitoring and so forth and adjusting if you have to. Otherwise, it almost seems like you would have to appoint something almost equivalent to the AHO to take on the management of temperature requirements for each of these reservoirs going, on an annual basis. Because there's only so many hours of the day, and there's only so many of you. Carryover storage requirements, next slide, please, are important. And the idea that there's some kind of initial requirement until you work things out is also appropriate. Next slide, please. So I also want to talk here about some of the things that you're not addressing with your temperature and carryover storage requirements. And that is, on the one hand, you've got the flow, and there's sort of this idea that you have to balance that with temperature and storage. But the delivery part of that is just left to curtailments. And in a drought kind of scenario, that kind of works. I mean, it's something that you have to do on an emergency basis. But if you're planning for an irrigation season, you can't sort of go along and then say, oh my gosh, it's July and we run out of water. Sorry, folks, y'all are out of luck. I remember when we were going through the modeling for the phase 1, the San Joaquin flow objectives, and the first crack that the modelers for the tributaries came in with did just that. Well, we're going to continue delivering water until we run out of water. Well, that doesn't show you how you'd operate. What it shows is you don't have enough water to make that many water deliveries and still meet the other requirements. So you need a practical way of addressing on the front end how much water delivery you can make in a given year and meet the other requirements, the temperature, the flow, and so forth. Next slide, please. And there are examples of this. In some regards, the state and federal projects do it all the time. I mean, they look at how much water they have available, and at the beginning of the season, they set allocations. And that might be one way to think about what the board can do when water is short. And not just wait for a drought and go, oh gosh, we're out of water and we don't have any water left to manage. So my view is that deliveries have to be part of this sort of even mathematical balancing to make your program of implementation work. Next slide, please. So there are some approaches that serve as models where priority is not the only determinant. During the 2014 and 2015 drought in particular, the board set, they didn't call it curtailment requirements, they set requirements that each urban water agency or purveyor set limitations and a percentage of cutbacks in how much water could be delivered. And it wasn't done strictly priority. It looked by priority. It looked at a bunch of different things. It looked at demand. It looked at how much aggregate demand from water agencies had been reduced over the previous 10 or 15 years. It looked at climate. It looked at per capita use. It looked at a bunch of different factors based on the specific characteristics of the agencies. And my view is that you can think about doing the same thing in terms of watersheds. Next slide, please. There's also a watershed that kind of does this within the existing framework of existing flow requirements, granted, but that does this already, and that's the McCollum. The agricultural shortages, agricultural water users are cut back sort of on a we know what's going to happen basis based on certain thresholds. When the inflow, the projected unimpaired inflow to Pardee is less than 375,000 acre feet in the year, I believe, the forecasted inflow. The junior diverters just are not allowed to divert. There's only a couple of them, and they're on groundwater, and they balance that out. They're working on balancing that up. And then the senior agricultural diverters are cut back 35%. And it's not just in a critically dry year when you've already run out of water, it's in a dry year as well. Not every dry year, but about half or 2/3 of them, so that you're amortizing the shortfalls over a series of years and not just waiting for a calamity or for a second critically dry year before you start to take action. And it allows you to do things like manage cold water in Comanche and Pardee. Next slide, please. There are a bunch of other things. Eric talked about many of them, and they each have their own issues. Having local cooperative solutions is a problem unless you've set a water budget for each watershed, because each local cooperative solution will, the users within a watershed are going to agree that their watershed should have to contribute less water than the next watershed. But there are ways of looking at that. I think compliance is going to be very challenging for most of these different things. And the most important thing to do is to set up a workable and coherent framework and then start thinking about how you might modify it. Next slide. So I, again, entreat the water user community to prove me wrong about bullet number 1. And to not put your finger on the scale toward the VAs when you do make those contributions, if you do. The board needs to complete the regulatory path, and it needs to be rigorous. There's a lot of squishy language. I think Eric talked about many of those things in his discussion. And you have to make hard decisions. People are going to lose water. That's true. And it's going to be hard to manage reservoirs. And there is a tension between reservoir management and flow, and you have to come up with a way to manage that. I will say that something that Eric and Gary did not mention when they were speaking about the LTO alternative that the NGOs put together was they set up a prioritization for a percent of unimpaired flow and meeting storage requirements or temperature requirements. And while I agree with Mr. Busher that you can't not meet the objectives, you may be able to frame the objectives in such a way that you're able to do the best you can with both of those different things, recognizing that you can't just rob Peter to pay Paul and not look at deliveries and water use. One last thing I would say, based on what was said this morning, the Yuba is different. The Yuba is one of the few watersheds that is not over-allocated. And a lot of the water in the Yuba is transferred or sold, whatever it is, on a contract basis, and it ends up augmenting exports. And that is pretty unique. I looked really hard at how you would implement a percent of unimpaired flow on the Yuba, as well as on the Merced and the Tuolumne. And I had some cooperation, in one case from Mr. Brookfield, in setting up models that would do that. The model, the water users in the FERC processes did not want to address that. They were willing to look at it, and they said, "That's very nice, thank you very much." And one of the things that we looked at was, well, when you have a drought, then you have rules for the drought. And it can be workable. The first thing that happens when the water user community as general looks at a percent of unimpaired flow is they go to the dry and the critically dry years or the sequential dry years and say, see, it doesn't work. Well, you can make exceptions or rules to address those situations. First, by triaging it, not just when there's a real crisis, but beforehand. And second, by having clear rules that everyone understands. So you do the best you can when you really have a bad situation. That's what I've got. Thanks so much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate all three of your comments. And do know, to your last point, we are definitely trying to figure out how to make this system work in totality. Looking over to maybe Diane, if there was anything in the presentations you wanted to comment off of, and start from there and then see what board members might have questions around.
Yeah, there was a lot there. Well, first, I just wanted to clarify a point that may not be clear in the program of implementation text about the percent of unimpaired flow. We're not suggesting necessarily that the percent of unimpaired flow range be changed to 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow. Rather, we're inquiring whether there is additional input on the specific range 45 to 65 and the starting point of 55. So if parties have comments on that, sorry if that was confusing. It was intended to be. Otherwise, Chris had a lot of comments. I'm not sure that it's some. I think there may be an actual disagreement. I think some, in terms of the planning issues, I don't think anything in the program of implementation would foreclose opportunities for water users to distribute their water supply effects over different years. I don't think you'd be required to not store water or save water or those kinds of things. So, I think that's certainly a possibility. There's a lot of flexibility built into the program of implementation. Otherwise, it would be good to dig into some of the other comments about how you would implement requirements based on allocations within stream system. That's basically what following the water right priority system does in establishing compliance points at the tributaries. It is allocating that responsibility and distributing the responsibility consistent with the water right priority system. There may be some other appropriate considerations that we should factor into the process, but I think that's the foundation of how you would implement a regulatory regime would be from that perspective. And that's kind of a unifying concept in the program of implementation, is following that water right priority system and avoiding redirected impacts to other users. I think there have been various comments I've heard here today that may misinterpret what is intended, and we will work to clarify that. But the measures shouldn't result in those redirected impacts to other users. I agreed with the issue that there is a difference between meeting the objectives and implementing the objectives. But to be honest, the starting point we're at now is that we have very few water users who are subject to regulatory obligations. And it's going to be some work for us to bring on board other parties to that responsibility, whether it be in a voluntary arena or regulatorily. That is going to take some work, and we're going to have to work through those compliance related issues, and it's going to be complicated one way or another. And I think we need to provide some space for us to work through those complex issues in a way that is compatible with the water right priority system. So I look forward to digging into the details of all of the comments, but I think in both panels, there may just be a misinterpretation of what's being proposed that, we're happy to work through, have further discussions with the commenters and take their suggestions or explain the proposal in more detail. We have been working on the methodology. I guess I would mention that as well in the background. That is something that we're working on. I think that is going to require its own public process and digging into these details that we've been discussing today, but we have been working on that and thinking about it and trying to get that work underway. So it isn't being neglected. It is a priority that we have that we're trying to pursue alongside the planning process. So I also want to make sure that that's clear, that we are working on those issues and trying to make sure that we're thinking about components of the planning process we need in order to be successful in the implementation process.
Thank you for those responses. I know here as we've, I think, referenced a number of times in our conversation, there's going to be a lot of follow-up work that's going to need to be done. And I'm just wondering if there is a group stood up yet, and if not, how best we make sure we have a working group set up that includes folks from the NGO side, includes the operators, includes parties that are part of the agreements, and start to work through and work out some of these specifics in sort of a smaller work group. I think as a follow-up to these workshops that we're having here, I think it would be good to establish, a real convening and forum of folks that can be working with us to start to unpack some of these complexities of how we administer the priority system in a way and use it ultimately to be able to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here, both on the unimpaired flow side and the regulatory path, but also on the agreement path. And so I don't know how best we structure who's in those groups and how that work functions, because we want it to be open, transparent, and have folks be able to participate, but also productive, meaning that, kind of need folks that are really the operators and experts there contributing. But I just, definitely sense a need for some structured follow-up after and as these workshops continue on, where there's a bit of a small group of folks willing to really start to roll up sleeves and make something implementable and work through a lot of details that we're not gonna be able to work through here at the dais for sure. But appreciate those follow-up comments here to what we heard here from the second panel, Ms. Riddle. Looking to—
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please, Mr. Bobker.
No, I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to comment and to give us some extra time here. These are complex issues. We are always very willing to engage with you and your staff. Given there is no easy way to implement anything, and we're interested in trying to make the regulatory pathway work, and are quite willing to put energy and effort into that. I don't think we're interested in rearranging the deck chairs in terms of approaches that we think are cannot in and of themselves work. The only final comment I wanted to make was that I think there's been a lot of discussion appropriately of the effects of implementation on reservoir management. And there's no question that we need to pay close attention to the effective and efficient management of our reservoirs. But we also need to recognize that existing reservoir management has made the use of our rivers, our floodplains, our wetlands, and the estuary less effective as mechanisms for supporting fish and wildlife beneficial uses. So, part of what we're implementing is a way to actually make the mechanisms that used to support a healthy Bay Delta ecosystem effective again, and that will have impacts.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Bumker, and hear that coming from the agreements side of folks as well, insofar as really wanting to be thinking differently and more holistically about the system. And so I feel, again, here we have an opportunity to figure out how we're going to manage the system into the future here, the coming decades, and provide ourselves the best chance to actually do better by what we know are these complex issues throughout the landscape, but have a real opportunity to work with operators, work with NGOs, work with communities, importantly, to figure that out. So appreciate those points.
Yeah.
Looking to—
and if you can do that within the range that you establish, I think that will, in the end, prove to be the most durable and effective way to go. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Bumker. Appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any further question, comment right now. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Thanks. I guess the one area I am not understanding that I want to drill in on beyond sort of bigger picture thoughts or questions is and this was touched on both in this presentation and, there is a slide in the last presentation about how curtailments on the San Joaquin River there's characterized that as proportionate curtailment versus water right priority curtailment on the San Joaquin River. And so, and then I think here you're talking about, rather than straight priority, looking at watersheds. Can staff talk about that issue a little bit, or can we flesh that out?
Yeah, I'm not sure there is the distinction that's being made. There is for the base flows for the lower San Joaquin River, the minimum flow that applies at Vernalis. There is this proportionate share contribution, but in terms of the 40% of unimpaired flow for the Merced, Tuolumne, and Stanislaus River, that's 40% of unimpaired flow on those tributaries. And we're still working through the implementation process, but I think the same concept would apply. You would implement that in order of water right priority within the watershed. I don't think there is a difference really between the two watersheds. They are similar. The one difference is the base flow at Vernalis that does have that attribute of the proportional share to it. If you need additional flow, if the percent of unimpaired flow is not enough to meet that base delta outflow, or not delta outflow, but Vernalis flow, which would not be very frequent is our estimation.
Yeah, and I guess that's helpful on the San Joaquin River one. I guess to the comments on this panel, it seems like we have the experience of the water unavailability methodology and the drought on how we would do this. And so I'm not following what the difference, what the alternative is that isn't really utilizing that as a workable pathway for implementing curtailments and implementing the regulatory pathway.
You're dealing with a lot of water rights.
Yes.
And if there's some way of effectively aggregating them or limiting those that really make a substantial difference in the watershed, and there are going to be differences of opinion about what a substantial difference means, then that may allow you a workable program of implementation, whereas the dashboard that has 4,000 points of light on it may not effectively get you where you want to go. And I think you probably have to distinguish between upstream and downstream water users. Downstream is that principle that was in the program of implementation about water that's released to meet the delta inflow requirements is not available to downstream diverters. And there's a separate sort of section about, or separate category, if you want, about streams that basically don't have very much storage. Mill Creek, for example. That's mostly a question of regulating the irrigators at the intersection of the valley and the foothills, and that's where most of the water is taken off, and how you deal with those. The impacts to them are small before sometime in April, and after that they can be quite large. So addressing those things and trying to achieve what you're trying to do, but also make the impacts more equitable, so you're not just putting a whole bunch of people out of business for a tiny amount of water relatively in a certain month, maybe something that you have to do, and it takes that it's more work.
Right. Yeah. And
I don't deny that.
Okay.
But in the end, it's also less work. It's more work to plan and maybe less work to implement.
I think
Mr. Boucher, I think might want to add to that too.
You can go ahead and follow up. I can wait.
Oh, I guess, we're in a different place because we've been through the drought and have had these experiences. And so we've now done this like, for better or for worse, we've made something work, and it's not perfect. And there's a lot, I think the last panel went through a lot of the improvements and issues that we need to do. And then we also, to your point on the upstream, or ones that don't have much of any storage, we did tributary specific in-stream flows. And I think we are going to need to do that in certain areas. But, in this process is really focused on the delta outflows. And so I see that as compatible. I guess I just feel like we have to make the system workable. I think, as the chair said before, we need to make our water rights system workable. And I think this is, I think we have to take the bulls by the horn on that one. I appreciate that you're trying to be constructive in what would make, what's the most easily implementable, and gonna go address the most significant water from a, in delta and outflow perspective in this process.
And I didn't mean that doing that work is not necessary or important any more than I meant to suggest, and I apologize if I did, that Ms. Riddle and her staff are not working hard on the methodology. I get that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it very much. But yeah, I do think there are ways you can look at to simplify that that may be workable, and on the San Joaquin, in many respects, it's easier because a very limited number of entities control the water.
Mr. Busher, sorry, were you going to add?
Yeah, no, I think that's, I largely agree with what Mr. Schutz said. And I think with what you're expressing, Board Member Firestone, the only thing I'd add, I don't mean to be kind of crass or dismissive, but if we come to the end of this process and we have something that is unworkable from a water rights perspective to actually implement and change the flows that are in the rivers, I'm not sure what a lot of us have spent thousands and thousands of hours over 15 years doing. And our concern is that, right, as complicated as all of that is, right, the discussion from the prior panel that you're referencing, that Mr. Schutz described, that I talked a little bit about, that we'll hear more about on Friday. If you add the voluntary agreements on top of that, it goes from really complicated to, right, essentially impossible and unworkable. And that's not a place that I think anybody wants to end up. And that was the concern we have with a lot of this, the interplay between those things.
Yeah. And I hear that. And I know we're going to talk on Friday a lot about voluntary agreements. I guess I have some thoughts or questions. Well, actually, maybe Mr. Busher, in your slides, there were a couple points, and I wanted, in the interest of focusing in on the regulatory pathway here. So I understand the point about, the larger point that a lot of the presentation was focused on around voluntary agreements and having them work together. But if we're just talking here about the regulatory pathway, there were 2 points that you said, and I just want to see if you think that these apply to the regulatory pathway. One was that, and I can find the slide, but that adaptive management or adaptive implementation fails to meet objectives. And I think we all agree, we have to do adaptive management in some way, right? We're in a changing world and we don't have perfect information about what will work, and we need to do that. Do you still, I guess I'm not understanding, was that point, maybe you can just clarify what that point was. And I think that was Mr. Busher, your presentation. Yeah. I can find it if you can. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think my general concern, and we'll try and be more specific about this in our comments when we've had a little bit more time to digest and come up with something more coherent than I'm going to do right this second.
Yeah.
But our general concern is that the program of implementation has to describe the actions that are necessary to actually achieve the objectives. And if what the program of implementation describes is too squishy or allows for too much variance or exceptions from those objectives, and rather than the actions that will actually achieve them, you end up in a place short of what the law requires. And so, right, it is that process that we are concerned about, right? I recognize that this is going to be kind of an ever evolving process even after the plan is updated, and that there will be new information and changes that have to be made. And I don't mean to suggest that that stuff is not properly part of a program of implementation or is not properly part of the board's kind of overall obligations under the plan. But the farther we get from the specific actions necessary to achieve, 55% or whatever it is, unimpaired flow and cold water temperature requirements, et cetera, and the more space that is in that program of implementation, the less likely it is that that program of implementation is actually describing actions that will achieve the objectives.
And if I could just add to that, before you go on to your other point, Ms. Firestone, no one disputes the need for adaptive management. I mean, everybody gets nervous about adaptive range, but that's life. I think the point, to build on what Eric was saying, is that, and to echo a point that Mr. Bettner said in the previous panel, you don't have biological goals and targets, which really should be adopted in advance. And because you need to test both whether is your program of implementation capable of meeting those, as well as knowing then how you structure your adaptive management around trying to meet those targets. So there's an uncertainty there that is troubling. One other thing is that, so there needs to be a decision pathway, that a decision tree, as it were, where you go, okay, given certain contingencies, here's how we would react in order to deal with the biological targets or other considerations that drive adaptive management. And as Eric pointed out in his presentation, one of the things is that it's actually more difficult to adaptively manage up than it is down, which again, if you don't have the ability to really be adaptive, then that's where this prospect of the failure of adaptive implementation comes into play.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful that's helpful. And yeah, I mean, I think that's the constant tension with all of the work that we all do around, what's uncertainty, specifics versus flexibility, all of those tensions. So thanks, I understand that better. And then one other point that was in your presentation, Mr. Busher, that I just want to make sure I'm understanding the point you were making is, and I don't know that I have slide numbers, but one of them was specific to the program of implementation on the regulatory framework. And the first kind of bullet underline was, there's no actions identified that would achieve the salmon doubling objective. And I'm just, obviously we're trying to achieve this salmon doubling objective. And so I don't think we would agree with that statement, but I want to understand what that point is, particular, focused on the regulatory framework. I do understand the amount of time that and sort of delay time frame that we would be achieving things, but I just can you just expand a little bit more on what you mean by the regulatory framework has no actions identified that would achieve the salmon doubling objective? I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, so I guess what I would say is that this ties back in part to the other objectives, right? The flow, temperature objectives that are identified in the plan. I think there is no evidence that those, right, 55% of unimpaired flow and the additional cold water protections will achieve the salmon doubling objective, right? And it's called out as a separate objective. It is an objective that is, I don't know, 2+ decades overdue in terms of when it was supposed to have been met. And during that time, we've seen continued declines of that. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Right, of those populations of salmon in that time period, rather than an increase to double that historic benchmark. And the plan, from our view, or the program of implementation, describes actions that are intended to get to 55% unimpaired flow and protect the cold water, the narrative temperature objectives. I don't think there's ever been, in the staff report or other analysis, a coupling of 55% of unimpaired flow and actual salmon doubling. And so there's no, description in here of what's going to occur that is going to achieve that specific objective, kind of overall. I hope that's responsive and helpful.
The previous water quality control plan basically sort of said, well, we hope that there's a bunch of measures that are going to achieve the salmon doubling, and they didn't. And in our view, the POI needs to be specific about what things will achieve the salmon doubling objective. And I think that, there's both the point that Eric's making about uncertainty as to whether the actions in the regulatory pathway as described will do that. But also the other point, which is that if you combine actions in the regulatory pathway POI with the VA pathway, then you're not even going to get the benefits that you think you will get for salmon doubling from the regulatory pathway. So, I mean, there's kind of different levels to that.
Mm-hmm. And does this get, would biological goals sort of help get us or connect those dots basically to how we would get, how we might be measuring or understanding outcomes to get there? Or I don't, does staff have any thoughts on this that they want to add?
I think the purpose of the biological goals is to develop those and inform whether changes are needed to the Bay Delta plan in order to achieve the goals. So if we develop the goals, we determine that whatever approach we end up taking in the plan is not achieving the goals, investigate why that is, whether, because there could be different reasons, ocean conditions or flows or cold water management activities, et cetera. That then informs your feedback loop to modifications and updates to the plan. So that is the way that it is supposed to work. So, that is what we're setting up. I think there's an argument here for develop the goals first and then develop the water quality objectives. There's a timing component to that consideration, obviously. But also, I'm not sure you're going to necessarily be able to predict with 100% certainty whether, I think you're still in the same position of, you're going to make some assumptions about, and we can do that now. We have the scientific basis report investigates, what benefits do we think that we're going to see with different scenarios. So we are doing that evaluation for a number of different species. And the conclusion is that you see a variety of benefits depending upon the scenario that you're looking at. So I think that is informing our efforts. I think once you have the goals and the feedback loop is how close did we get to that goal? Why didn't we get there? Or why are we there? And are we doing great? And we should continue on this path. That is the way that is intended to work. So I think the biggest disconnect perhaps is the timing issue. And Mr. Busher is arguing for maybe developing the goals first. I'm not sure that developing the goals first is going to determine that 55% of unimpaired flow is or is not going to meet that goal. I think we have to implement it. And, there's a lot of unknowns with that, and including with the cold water management activities. I think you still need to monitor and assess, did you get there? If you didn't get there, why didn't you get there? So, yeah, I'm not sure we're on completely different pages about that issue.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I wanted to mention on the adaptive management parts of this is that there are several different components to the adaptive management. There's the range of unimpaired flow, there's the shaping of the unimpaired flow, and then there's the water users working together, which I think in some respects is responsive to Mr. Schutz's comments, and maybe the other panel as well, related to providing flexibility. Water users, if it doesn't make sense for the junior party to bear the brunt of the responsibility, they can work with the senior parties to distribute that responsibility. But the way water rights in California work are the junior diverter gets cut off first, unless there's some sort of exception. And we have explored exceptions. We have identified what those exceptions are and provided room for health and safety and refuge supplies. And we welcome comments on whether there should be other considerations we should make for exceptions or flexibilities, et cetera. But just wanted to circle back on that point also.
Okay, thanks. And maybe I'll, well, I asked, last kind of question I have is, do you all want to say anything about the same question I had for the other panel, anything about monitoring or the science part? I feel like there's an opportunity here to have even more coordinated, focused science program and monitoring. And I'm interested in, I know there's only been 3 weeks and you have a lot of other processes you're involved in, but I'd be interested if you have anything already you want to flag, or if there's, otherwise look forward to comments.
I'll start.
Yeah,
Chris, yeah.
Go ahead.
My start would be, there is a lot of data that's been collected with the existing monitoring programs. And when you start changing those and you're wanting to compare long-term trends, it becomes really a problem to start new and have, different things where you're not comparing apples to apples. And overall, there is a lot of monitoring that goes on, certainly in the Delta, but also in other parts of the state. And so that would be one of the main criteria I think you'd want to look at, and some kind of systematic inventory of what's there and how what might or might not be needed and how it might get modified, but with an eye on looking at maintaining those consistent long-term data sets would be really, really important. And it's only been 3 weeks and it's not my best subject. And so you might, ask some of the scientific folks who come along later if they had recommendations.
Gary.
Yeah, so I agree with what Chris is saying, especially the consistency of monitoring is a big issue. But I think I would go back to the goals and targets discussion, which is that your performance monitoring has to address the major metrics of success. And those are what biological and ecological outcomes you want. And I think that, existing monitoring systems may in some cases be able to address that. If not, there are some cases where it may be adapted, but it needs to be based on the most efficient way to see if you're meeting those anticipated biological outcomes. And just because we're on that subject, I think that, I appreciate what Diane was saying about, kind of what the staff was doing in terms of identifying those targets and levels of success and the timing. But, I think, number one, you've got a lot of information from your previous staff work on what those desired and anticipated outcomes are in order to be able to produce a defensible and credible set of biological targets. And the other thing is that those targets are not the requirements. We may get things wrong,
And the importance of having the targets in advance is, number one, you're assessing, is your program of implementation and your objectives capable of getting, can you reasonably say, these are the outcomes we're going to get? We know there's uncertainty, we may miss, but is this reasonable to say we're going to get this outcome? Secondly, you can adaptively manage the requirements that you set in order to better achieve those outcomes. And third, when you, as you are required by law to do, review the adequacy of the water quality control plan, you can adjust those requirements if you're wildly off the estimated outcomes. And so, they really are important drivers in many ways. And that should drive, so it should drive not just the monitoring, but a number of things that you're actually engaging in now prior to the adoption of the amendments to the plan.
And the only thing I'd add to what Chris said, I mean, I am with Chris. I'm a relative newbie to this stuff, and it is incredibly frustrating to ask people who know a lot more than I do, how does this compare to the last one? And they say, well, it's different, right? They're different measurements. It's really complicated. I can't answer that. So maintaining some continuity is really important. But I also look at, I hear from the prior panel and from staff, we're missing there are some gaps in the available information that currently exists. Like, I see that as an opportunity, right? It was a lot harder to do the curtailments during the droughts with the information about, real-time flows throughout those areas that was available then. And we learned from that. We've added some information there, right? This is another opportunity to add add and close down those gaps to provide better ability to manage in the future, so long as we can, maintain that consistent record like Chris is talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So I think I'll just, this workshop, I've been very much kind of real talk and really focused on trying to have people be constructive. So I just want to, and I probably won't say this perfectly because I feel like I'm hungry and a little less focused, but obviously this is really tough and these are really hard things to manage, and you guys are acknowledging that. And I do think we need, I don't think we can do this without everyone at the table rolling up their sleeves on figuring out what will actually work. So I appreciate you all, commitment to do that, and the last panel's commitment to do that, and the direction that the chair gave around trying to see if we can pull a working group together. Looking at 75% of unimpaired flow, the impacts are really extreme. And we're talking about a water supply for the vast majority of Californians, vast majority of agriculture. This is, really severe impacts. And we can't be going through this process and just maintain the status quo and have, our fisheries and salmon and so many of livelihoods and even cultures that are connected to that crash and continue the status quo or be further degraded, right? And so I guess I just really hope as we go forward, and I think the folks on the last panel sort of showed some of this, and certainly our staff report shows this, and you all totally acknowledge this, is that there's very real impacts around if we're between storage and cold water and water supply and unimpaired flows. So this isn't easy. I don't see us going in that range. And I really feel like we're at a point where we're trying to roll up our sleeves and figure out what can we do what is workable, including on those impacts for water supply and balancing flood control and all of these different operational needs. And so just the more that I think those of you that are really focused on a lot of the ecosystem needs can help narrow in on some realistic balancing that we can do, the more we can really get to a point of moving forward on this. So and especially in a more inclusive way than has been. So I just encourage you all to, really bring in those balancing considerations. We certainly are, that. And I think it'll be, I think we'll be able to integrate your comments more effectively the more that you're really wrestling with those same balancing that we're having to do. And so just encourage you guys to really look closely at that, even though I think it's, we would all love to have plenty of water for all of the needs, but we don't, and we're going to have less of it. So we're trying to figure out a pathway, and I think this regulatory pathway is where we're trying to do it, and we need to be realistic about it, and it needs to be implementable. And I'll just say, I am concerned. I don't want to see us adopt a regulatory pathway that we have no chance of implementing. I don't want to see something that's saying we will have 75% unimpaired flow, because we will never be able to implement that. And I'd really like us to be realistic about what we actually can do if we need to pivot and to make this effective. So I just feel like I need to emphasize that for you all. I know you're spread very thin, and bringing in really important scientific viewpoints, especially, and appreciate your time and look forward to more.
Definitely look forward to more. And thank you for those comments, board member. For what it's worth, definitely heard there a bit of consensus between Mr. Bettner and Mr. Bobker, ultimately around the importance of the biological goals and being able to all collectively know what we're aiming toward better. And again, whether it's regarding assets on the agreement side or additional water being put in through regulatory approach, it's all the same system. And certainly note points noted around the feeling that trying to do both is unworkable. We're certainly operating off a point that we don't feel it's unworkable. It is something that can be done, and trying to bridge together both sides here. So appreciate those comments, board member. Appreciate the back and forth here with the panel. I know it is 1:40. We have not had a lunch, and to board members' points, folks may be getting a bit hungry and unable to focus, but would like to maybe just take a quick read and see how many folks here in the room, if you can do a quick show of hands, are looking to provide comment. I think we only have 2 people on the Zoom platform that are going to comment. And so if it's a manageable amount, I'd like to maybe try to get through those comments so folks aren't having a hangover through lunch just to provide comment to us. So quick raise of hands, just so I know who in the room. Okay, I think that's going to be manageable to try to get through now. So let's just keep moving forward and here quickly go through public comments. I'll go in.
Before you do, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it very much. Yes. And I appreciate the discussion. I'm sure my colleagues do too. And thanks for having us.
Thank you for that, Mr. Schutz. And yeah, Mr. Bobker, Mr. Boucher, anything you'd like to say as we wrap your panel and go to comment?
The final, thank you very much. Ms. Firestone, many of our groups spent a long time with the Bureau of Reclamation trying to work out an alternative that increased flows dramatically, significantly, while addressing cold water pool and other constraints. So we're quite open to and committed to trying to work out things that address the complexities. We just want to make sure that we just don't say, let's set requirements lower than we know they need to be, just because sometimes we'll have difficulties meeting them and we'll have to adapt. So with that caveat, we want to work to try to get a solution that works.
And I'll just very briefly echo Mr. Bobker there, and Board Member Firestone, right? I hear with the full force of your voice the comments you're raising at the end, and an enforceable and workable Bay Delta plan that protects fish and wildlife and other beneficial uses is the best outcome here, right? That's the result we're all trying to figure out how to get to. We may have some disagreement about the details, but I think that's right. And I also appreciate Ms. Riddle's clarification earlier about the potential changes in that percentage of unimpaired flow and the range, that it's not just expanding it, but what to do within that, range. And we will certainly put some thought into that and try and offer, specific proposals in that regard that take into account the concerns that you're expressing as well, and kind of all of these other competing issues. So thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you all as well. Really appreciate, again, the contributions here. And again, I think here soon would like to see how we can start setting up work groups around all of this and start to mine that expertise and discussion that's been going on. So appreciate that. Thank you. All right, let's take the public commenters that we have. I'll just name names here in order of received. It doesn't differentiate between who's on the platform or in person, but I can kind of see the two folks that are on the platform. So first we have still Wanda Williams, if Supervisor Williams was able to make it. And if not, then next commenter would be Princess Washington, followed by John Klug, Carrie Keaton, and then Tom Slater. And if we don't have any of those names, folks, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, esteemed Water Board members. My name is Princess Washington, and I currently serve as Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Suisun City, also on the board for Suisun Solano Water Authority. I also had the distinct pleasure of being the chair of Sierra Club of Solano Group. So I come before you with multiple interests, but the same interest, which is to maintain, and protect our water rights. It is a vital, vital source in Solano County. Under normal and dry drought conditions, agencies rely on the Solano project, which will not have critical access to their water supply. We prepared a 20-year model for the water years through 2004 through 2024 to analyze the impacts of the flow reductions and cold water storage requirements of the Solano project deliveries, and concluded the following. 40% of the time, water deliveries will be zero. 38% of the time, water deliveries will range between 0 to 50% allocation. 22% of the time, water deliveries will range between 51 and 71% allocation. Allocations never exceed 55%. In the past 20 years, water deliveries would never have risen above 71% allocation. Also, it would never have been filled. When looking at flow reductions of 75%, which occurs half the time in any given year, we just don't end up with enough water supply to meet our requirements, nor to mention causing an immediate building moratorium. And it sets us up for long-term groundwater sustainability concerns. The Solano project supplies all or part of the water needs of families living in Vacaville, Fairfield, Suisun City, Benicia, and Vallejo, totaling about 400,000 people. Many also receive water from the State Water Project. During drought and low water allocation years on the State Water Project, the Solano project supplies the majority, if not all, the water needs of these people. Further, it supplies water for about 55,000 acres of diverse irrigated agricultural land. Those are just the facts, and I'll speak from my heart about the people that I now represent in this room. Solano County is heavily diverse. We have large minority neighborhoods. We sustain Travis Air Force Base, a large agricultural region, a wine valley that is thriving now, and a large part of our economic vitality depends on our water supply. Suisun City alone independently relies on this water. In a drought year, we would have zero allocation from my city that I love. Although we are near the marshland, that is salt and fresh water. We cannot tap into it. It's federal. We depend on our water. It is a vital resource. I know you guys have a very tough decision and must weigh a lot of options, but we have single-handedly within our community raised a beautiful coalition of individuals who are concerned that consist of Supervisor Wanda Williams, John Garamendi, former Senator now Bill Dodd, Senator-elect Cabaldon, Fiona Ma's office, my office, Sierra Club of Solano, Greenbelt Alliance, Sustainable Solano, Solano County Farm Bureau, Tri-City NAACP, among others, and Solano EDC. We have come together collectively to beg that you please consider us in your decision. Our county cannot exist without water. We have also partnered with our local unions who are also concerned with what this would do for the building of housing and other measures that they are undertaking. I know this weighs tough. I often sit on the dais. I know it's not easy to listen to complaints and concerns and to weigh all options, but please, I beg of you, and I beg from the bottom of my soul, please consider us in your decision. And please, please keep us in mind and know that this is our single source of water. We have nothing else. And this would devastate, if not eradicate, our ability to not just live, but to thrive and to grow. And I thank you for your time. And I really hope that you listen to my words and take them into your heart. And please consider us in your decision. We are small, but we're mighty. And we are a proud people. And we care deeply for one another. And as you can tell with the wide array of individuals and collectives that I mentioned, this is a vested community interest that surpasses race, class, religion, creed, and circumstance. We all love and need water. And I thank you for your service to our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Washington. Really appreciate your voice here and truly am listening and do have our ears open to the concerns. So do know that your words are taken strongly here and would like to make sure we are also following up to understand the assumptions and the analysis that has been done so that our folks here, when it comes to, again, this balancing that we're definitely called to do, are able to really understand and unpack those impacts that you indicated. I want to make sure we have a good technical understanding across our communities here to really understand and for us to be able to weigh the impacts ultimately on these decisions. So just thank you. Really appreciate you raising your voice, being here with us today, and being part of this important conversation before the board. Much appreciation. Thank you, Ms. Washington. Next, I'd like to call up John Klug, be followed by Carrie Keaton, then Tom Slater, Yuan Liu, and Deanna Serraro.
I think John Klug is not going to be speaking this morning. So I'm Carrie Keaton, so I'm going next. Board members and staff and really everybody, thank you for being here. I don't want to repeat what Princess Washington just said, but from our perspective and our understanding of the modeling that result from the impacts of unimpaired flow and the storage requirements on Lake Berryessa and the Solano project, it's true. It's 40% of the years, there's zero water coming out. Many communities rely on the water, like Suisun City, which we operate the drinking water system in Suisun City through a partnership. My parent organization, Solano Irrigation District, we have a partnership with the city of Suisun City to operate and provide all the water resources for the city. They rely 100% on the Solano project. So there's some fundamental flaws when in a process when if 4 out of 10 years you wouldn't get any water in out of a reservoir that you purchased and paid for over the last 50 years, that you've to date got the water that you've needed for your community. So that's a big concern. It may go back to sort of a discussion of what was presented about Buller's Bar, just a misunderstanding of certain types of projects. The Solano project, for example, it's a 100% rain-fed project. It's not a snowpack-fed reservoir. And in the unimpaired flow modeling, To us, it looks like during the months of January, February, and March, up to 65% or 75% were different points in the document of the water needs to be diverted for unimpaired flow. Well, for us, that's 90% of our inflow to the lake. It occurs during those months. There's no snow that melts. There's trickling runoff that occurs in the early part of spring, and then many of the creeks then stop delivering water through the hot parts of the summer. So it's a really big impact when the 75% of the vast majority of your water is reserved for unimpaired flow, and then the storage requirement in the lake was in this version was also increased to 1.2 million acre feet for cold water flow. Previously, last year, it was 1 million acre feet, which was hard to fathom also. But we don't even know how we could get that much water down into the delta. We don't think the Monticello Dam, the Puda Creek travels for about 50 miles before it gets down into Cache Slough. We don't even know how that much water could get down into the reservoir or the north part of the delta under that type of a scenario. And then another point that Princess Washington mentioned that the maximum that we model would ever be able to be delivered to customers is 55% of their current allocation. A lot of those communities rely their urban water management plan. They have storage requirements in urban water management plan, which your board, a hat that you wear on another day, manage. It would take all of our water planning for the whole community, the whole county. It would take our water planning away, because for us, the Solano project has always been the reliable source of water, while the state water project varies. We take it when it's there, but the reliability has been with the Solano project, and that's how our urban water management plans work, and that's how all the water planning in the county works. It's on that reliability. The model that we also did shows that Lake Berryessa, over the last 20 years of data, it would, under the unimpaired flow and the storage requirements, it would never fill. It's filled 6 times in the last 20 years. But under the model, it would never be full again. It would be up to 71% full. So that we're very concerned. We want the unimpaired flow approach to work, the regulatory path to work, because if there's a problem with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements, at some point it falls back. We want the security to know that this other pathway is a workable pathway, and our communities still have resources that they need to survive. And so at some point in this process, what's really important is we have a plan that works for species, for flows in the delta, and it's also workable for the human species. So with that, thank you.
Here. I appreciate those points. And again, the commitment as well to try to help make sure that we have an implementable regulatory pathway here, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion with you all as to how we make sure we see the challenges in your watershed, and importantly, be responsive as we move through our process. So really appreciate that, Mr. Keaton. Next, I'd like to call Tom Slater, be followed by Yuan Liu, and then Deanna Serrano.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to read this so you don't cut my mic off, me rambling. Members of the Water Board, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tom Slater, and I'm a lifelong Delta farmer. Excuse me. And I've served as a director on the board of directors for the North Delta Water Agency for 6 years. I'm also a commissioner on the Delta Protection Commission, representing North Delta Water Agency. I make these comments today on behalf of the agency to address concerns about the proposed Bay Delta Plan regulations. By way of background, the North Delta Water Agency was founded in the legislature in 1973. Its boundaries cover roughly 300,000 acres, which is nearly half of the legal delta. The agency was formed to negotiate and enforce contractual assurances to protect water users in the North Delta against water quality and water supply impacts of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. In 1981, the agency executed a contract with DWR that assures North Delta will receive water of suitable quality and quantity to satisfy all reasonable and beneficial uses. Under the 81 contract, DWR must operate the State Water Project to furnish water as may be required within the agency to the extent not otherwise available under the water rights of water users, and to avoid detrimental changes to the natural flows in the Delta channels. In exchange for those assurances, the agency has paid DWR over $16 million over that time span. In 1998, the agency and DWR executed an MOU that confirmed the parties' joint position that any obligation to curtail or modify North Delta diversions to meet flow or salinity objectives of the 1995 Bay Delta Plan would be the responsibility of DWR by virtue of that 1981 contract. That joint position was explicitly endorsed by the State Water Board in Water Rights Decision 1641. North Delta Water Agency is now concerned that the new Bay Delta Plan regulation could impose curtailments on North Delta diverters, ignoring the protections of that 1981 contract. For instance, the inflow-based outflow objective in section 4.4.3 states required delta outflows will be the sum of required inflows with adjustments for downstream natural depletions. The outflow objection does not appear to contemplate any diversions or beneficial uses within the delta of water within the delta, such as those protected by the 1981 contract. A note under section 4.4.3.2 states that water rights and claims associated with irrigated lands below sea level in the delta would be considered exempt from curtailment. But the State Water Board could change its stance on that position at a later date. A portion of the lands within North Delta are indeed below sea level, while a significant amount of land is above sea level. It is not enough to exempt just some of the lands in North Delta. In conclusion, consistent with D 1641, any flow regulations that the State Water Board adopts should acknowledge that so long as the 1981 contract is in full force and effect, DWR is responsible for meeting all water quality objectives within the North Delta Water Agency. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. Appreciate your points there, Mr. Slater, and appreciate your contributions here to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Yuan Liu, be followed by Deanna Serrano, and then Bart Broom.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. I would like to say that Deanna Serrano is my colleague, and we consolidated our comments, so she wouldn't make further comments. Thank you. I'm Yuan Liu. I'm here representing Contra Costa Water District. First, I would like to thank the staff for a very good presentation and overview, and thank you for the opportunity to make the comments here. My agency, Contra Costa Water District, serves over 500,000 municipal customers and industrial users in Central and Eastern Contra Costa County. Contra Costa Water District has 4 water intakes located in the Delta that we relied entirely on the Delta for our water supply. We hold a water right permit to divert water from the Delta during the access condition, and then so that we can use it later when the conditions are drier. In December 2023, CCWD staff has provided comments to the Bay Delta Plan staff report. One aspect of our review was to evaluate the impacts to water supply from implementation of the unimpaired flow objectives. We understand that the staff have been updating their modeling analysis, and we look forward to discussing it more with the staff, and we really appreciate the effort. The real world effect of the unimpaired flow objectives will depend on how they are implemented. To evaluate if the regulatory provisions are appropriate or if changes should be made, we have some questions here on its implementation that I would appreciate some clarification from the board or staff. The staff from the Department of Water Resources previously in the morning made the comments on the difficulties of real-time implementation. That was very informative. However, even with perfect forecast of the unimpaired flows, it's still not very clear from the updates that how this method will be implemented. Here I have some small suggestions. Some areas in the watershed have historical unimpaired flow record available at either daily or monthly time step. It would be a very valuable exercise to use the historical record to walk through the implementation procedure and to inform what curtailment process would look like if the regulatory provision were in place over the historical period. Through this exercise, it could be identified that under the historical hydraulic conditions, what bypass flows would be necessary to meet the objectives, as well as to provide the downstream senior water right holders. At the beginning, as the first step, I think this exercise could assume that we have perfect forecast of the water supply, which is the unimpaired flow, or the downstream real-time demand. And then we can clarify the curtailment process. Does it look like the drought curtailment, or is it going to be different? What additional information may be needed? What adaptive management plans may be needed, etc. In addition, this exercise will also help CCWD and other water right holders to estimate the frequency of water right curtailments based on the historical conditions. I understand that future will be different, but understanding the past help us to build on the future. I understand that the implementation plan will be released 2 years after the board adopts the plan updates. However, clarity around the implementation process is necessary to assess impacts for water right holders and to inform our review of the regulatory provisions. CCWD would be very happy to work with the board staff to carry out such an exercise using historical records. With that, I would like to thank your time and this opportunity to comment.
Thank you for those really good comments, Ms. Liu. I really appreciate the points you've made here and the offer here to do a deep dive around, again, some of the modeling and assumptions. And I think that, again, as we kind of have said earlier, there's a real opportunity and need for us to have a smaller working group. And so look forward to being able to better understand here the concerns, but also all collectively understand how we can make this implementable. And just so really appreciate all of that. Thank you so much, Ms. Liu. Our last two commenters here will be Bart Broom and then Peter Dreckmeyer.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bart Broom, representing the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. Thank you for the workshop and for the great care that you're taking with these difficult decisions. Valley Water is the regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County. We also provide water for agriculture and thousands of job-creating Silicon Valley businesses. Santa Clara County imports half of its water through 3 important water systems: the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, and San Francisco's Hetchy system. Our water supply will be reduced by both phase 1 and phase 2 Bay Delta Plan updates, which is why we have serious concerns about the cumulative impacts of implementing unimpaired flows. Valley Water has been working towards reduced reliance for many years, and it's investing billions to shore up our local water supply. We have invested heavily in conservation. In the last 20 years, Valley Water supported a 25% increase in population with an 8% decrease in total water use. Our $2.3 billion Anderson Dam project will restore our largest local reservoir by 2032. And we are actively pursuing a $2 billion direct potable reuse project that we hope to have online by 2035. Based on the draft staff report, under the unimpaired flow alternative, there would be a 28% reduction in state water project deliveries and a 15% reduction in San Francisco Bay Area regional municipal supplies, compared to a 2% reduction in water supply for the Bay Area under the Healthy Rivers and Landscape alternative. We believe the water supply reductions actually may be underestimated. Under unimpaired flows, we would have serious challenges in maintaining healthy groundwater levels to prevent subsidence under San Jose and in maintaining affordable water rates. The draft regulations state that the Water Board will safeguard health and safety supplies and that the Executive Director may approve incremental implementation of inflow-based objective so long as it's fully implemented within 5 years. We appreciate the board's efforts to help safeguard minimum health and safety supplies and allowing some time for new supplies to come online. However, 5 years to develop new water supplies is nearly impossible, and it's extremely expensive under that very short time. Even with our aggressive investments in double-digit water rate increases year after year, Valley Water still projects shortfalls during prolonged droughts, and we will remain dependent on imported water. We appreciate the board's efforts to make all water users accountable to the goal of restoring the Delta. However, it's not clear how the draft regulations will lead to watershed-wide implementation. The unimpaired flow alternative threatens a future of shortage, unaffordable water rates, and potentially increasing groundwater overdraft. Balancing beneficial uses of water is critical, and we urge you to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscape alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broom. Appreciate your comments here and hanging on. And thank you. I look forward to what I know will be further engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer, and I believe this will be our last commenter. And if there's anyone that was looking to comment and hadn't, just make sure you just wave your hand or raise your hand on the platform. Mr. Dreckmeyer, good to see you.
Good to see you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. I think we're all well aware that water is way over allocated in California. So no matter what approach you take, there will be challenges. But ultimately, your ethical and legal obligation is to restore fish populations and the ecosystems that depend on them. Not just slow the demise, but actually revive dying ecosystems. The reason the Bay Delta Plan focuses on the months of February through June is because these are critical months for juvenile salmon rearing and outmigration. Baby fish need floodplain habitat that provides more food and refuge from predators. They need higher flows to flush them out to the Delta Bay and ocean more quickly, so they're less likely to get eaten by invasive non-native predators that thrive in altered ecosystems. I'd like to reference a table in that FERC EIS for the relicensing of Don Pedro Dam on the Tuolumne River. It estimates the abundance of juvenile Chinook salmon at an upstream rotary screw trap fish counter at Waterford and another downstream counter at Grayson between the years of 2007 and 2012. There are 4 critical dry and below normal water years in that sequence. And in those 4 years, juveniles passing through the upstream rotary screw trap at Waterford averaged 54,000 per year, but only 5% made it down to Grayson. The rest got eaten. In 2011, the one wet year, 365,000 juveniles were counted at Waterford, and 26% survived down to Grayson. So in that one wet year, 95,000 juvenile salmon were counted at Grayson, 9 times more fish than during the 4 critical dry and below normal years combined. Habitat restoration is important, especially floodplain restoration, and it's incentivized through the adaptive management component of the Bay Delta Plan, but there's no substitute for sufficient flows. Floodplains serve their intended functions when they're inundated. The Bay Delta Plan is the only viable path, and it's time to acknowledge this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate your comments. Thanks for your contributions here on this phase of the project and obviously phase 1 as well. So thank you. All right, I believe that brings us to the end of public commenters. Just have to add a note of thanks, obviously at the start here or at the end of today's workshop at least, but to the start of these comments, I'm just really appreciative of the tone that everyone brought to the discussion and the agreement here that, this is about creating an implementable pathway on the regulatory side as much as understanding and evaluating the agreements and their implementability. And so just appreciate the consensus around wanting to make something workable. As I said, there were a lot of good questions. And here a real opportunity for all of us to take some momentum out of this workshop around those questions and commitment to have a common understanding of the system and how best to implement. And look to our folks on, again, kind of the structure for follow-up on unpacking a lot of what we heard here, but really building off of the good faith and momentum to figure it out, to help us collectively all here create a system that we've been needing for a while when it comes especially to the Water Rights Administration side, where we are more real time, we are more granular, we're protecting the system for multiple needs and benefits, and ultimately balancing the uses in a watershed, as we've all heard, and we all really, I think, as water managers in the state know, is a system that's out of balance, and that with the pressures of climate change on us, these conversations are needed to come to a head to help us understand what we're managing for and toward here into the future. And so just thanks to everyone and their contributions, again, the tone and sticking here through the entire day and hearing both sides of the presentations. We obviously don't have consensus all here amongst us yet, but I feel like we have the folks that can help us build and actually achieve it. So incredible gratitude and thanks. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any other questions or comments at this point, more than welcome those. And then otherwise, we will all be back here then Friday morning, this Friday, coming Friday at 9 a.m. to then begin to talk about Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements and start to unpack our understanding and questions there as well. So just thank you. Huge thanks. Stay dry, stay safe, be well. And we'll adjourn here until 9 a.m. on Friday, and we'll continue this workshop series then. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the good discussion and dialogue. We'll be having a lot more of it here. So look forward to seeing you all here soon.